Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if Izuku fell in love with Wanda Maximoff, movie. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is in the next life by Maggie_B. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. As she was destroying the Darkhold in every universe, there was a strange acceptance in her. Wanda knew that doing this would be it. The end of her. Pushing her powers to the limit and then pushing past them would kill her. But she would make sure that the Darkhold could never corrupt and twist anyone again, in any universe. She closed her eyes and her life flashed before her, every moment, the good and the bad. Mostly bad, but good times too, as few as they had been. The friends she had gained and the friends she had lost, her first love taken from her by that mad titan and then twisted by greedy humans. The children she created and loved more than herself, but had to give up. The parents she wished she could have had a little bit longer, and her twin, the other half of her, she lost too soon. Her whole life had been so bittersweet, one loss after another. And yet in this moment she did not feel despair or anger, she felt oddly at peace. In the infinite possibilities that were the multiverse, maybe there was a version of her that had everything she never could. A version of her that had the parents and the twin brother. That had friends and went to school, fell in love and had a normal life. Maybe there was one where people weren't afraid of her powers, a universe where powers were normal and there was no prophecy about her destroying or ruling the world. It would have been so sweet to live in a universe like that. Maybe that Wanda would be a hero like Pietro died as, a hero Clint encouraged her to be, a hero like Steve and Natasha trained her to be. But most importantly, that Wanda would have a family, a home that was warm, a mother that was supportive, a father that worked hard so that his family could be comfortable, and a twin brother that completed her, that walked with her hand in hand on the hard road that was life. With a final pull of her powers, she bought the Darkhold Castle and Mount Wundagore down on herself as she whispered to herself, "I too can be a hero." Wanda Maximoff went out in a brilliant flash of scarlet, and hope in her heart that there was a universe out there where a Wanda had everything that she had ever wanted for herself. When Wanda became aware she couldn't open her eyes and could barely move, she felt as if she was floating and knew that she was not alone here, wherever here was. She could feel it, a feeling she had not felt since her twin took his last breath. He was here, he was with her again. After so long she finally felt complete, in the way she only did with her twin. She had always known that she was not supposed to live without a twin. She needed the connection, the stability, an anchor to keep her from drifting away in the chaos that had claimed her. Now that she was with her twin, the burning pain in her soul was gone. The place that death had cut so that it could claim her other half had been mended. She could feel him trough the connection she shared with him as his twin. She felt his mind and soul, and although his mind didn't have any thoughts, he was aware of her. He knew she had been with him since he came into awareness. His soul felt so bright and so strong, she could feel it trough their bond. A bond she had missed for so long. It didn't matter that she could not open her eyes or move much, as long as she had her twin. Death was not so bad. Wanda didn't know how long she spent just basking in her twin's presence, dancing with him to the strange drumbeat that came from above them or listening to a muffled voice that brought both of them comfort. For the first time in what felt like forever, she had no worries, no powers, no pain, she could just be. How ironic it was. She felt more peace in death than she ever did in life. But like all good things in her life, the peace was disturbed by the disappearance of the odd liquid they were floating in and the walls closing in. I didn't even know there was any walls, she thought to herself as she was being pushed from her home. She felt her twin grab her foot. Wherever she was going he would come too. She would not lose her twin again. She could not live like that again, alone. She did not want to. She should have known she would not get a peaceful afterlife, she who tried to kill an innocent child for power and hunted her trough the multiverse. The idiot that picked up a book called The Darkhold and thought it could teach her magic, like anything good could come from something that had that name and looked as if it had been dragged to all the hells in existence. God, she could hear Pietro's sarcastic, "You didn't see that coming?" A muffled scream brought her back to the situation. She didn't understand what was happening. She was being pushed out of her comfortable afterlife, into a tunnel. She could not see well, but she could see a light. A light at the end of a tunnel? Was she in limbo? Was she being pushed to the afterlife? Or pushed to hell? It's not like she didn't deserve punishment for her crimes. The people she had tortured with her grief in Westview, the people she had killed across the multiverse. She had been a monster who, I can see the head Mrs. Midoriya, you need to push. What the hell? What is going on? Am I being born? What? How? Why? One last push. One last push and you will have your child in your arms. Oh God. No, punishment. This is definitely punishment. With a strong push and a loud scream, Midoriya finally heard a loud cry, and slumped back on the bed. Her baby was finally here. Ah! Inko screamed as pain overtook her again. The doctor handed the still crying baby to a nurse so he could check what was wrong with the mother. The doctor lifted his head back up again after finding out what was happening. Mrs. Midoriya, I'm going to need you to push again. There is another baby coming. What? Inko shouted in pain and confusion. They had told her it was only one. Wanda felt as confused as her new mother sounded. Everything about this situation confused her. She died, and now she is born? She had never believed in rebirth. She had been Catholic as a child, but lost her faith over the years. And whatever leftover faith she had, was gone the moment her twin died. Wasn't rebirth from Buddhism? Or was it Hinduism? Some other ism? She didn't even know. This is why children should go to school and not live in war-torn countries. Her thoughts were interrupted by her new mother Midoriya. Was that her name? Mama Ya let out a loud scream that was soon joined by a baby's cry. It's a boy. The doctor told Mama Ya when her twin finally joined them. A boy. And the first twin? Mama Ya asked. The older twin is a beautiful little girl. The nurse that was done cleaning and checking her over said and handed her over to the new mother. The woman holding her, her new mom, had dark green hair and green eyes that were looking at her with so much love. Love that she could see despite the abnormal amount of tears she was crying, an amount that increased when she was handed her twin brother. My precious babies. Mama is so happy to finally meet you both, her teary eyes shining with love even when she looked tired beyond words, this woman who brought her and her twin into this world. The quiet, tearful first meeting between mother and children were interrupted by the door banging open. Let me see my godchild. A woman shouted as she barged into the room with a slightly embarrassed man that had a baby strapped to his chest following after her. Godchildren. A boy and a girl. The smile on Inko's face was so big it almost looked painful. Twins. The man with the baby exclaimed happily. Let me see my goddaughter. The bold woman said with a big smile. She always wanted a daughter, but she ended up with the grumpy boy instead. At least Inko gave her a daughter. Inko never disappointed her. Mitsuki quickly grabbed the baby girl from Inko. Hello little one, I'm your Auntie Mitsuki. Oh. Look at this beauty. She has green eyes like you, Inko, and Hisashi's dark hair. That pretty evergreen is going to make all the boys fall for her. Masaru, looking at the little baby over his wife's shoulder, hoped not. Since Hisashi was abroad, it was his job to keep her safe. He would have to tell Katsuki and her twin to watch out for her. She was so small and adorable. Maybe she would have a boy repelling Quirk? Or maybe have her father's quirk and could set the boys on fire. Looking over at the baby Inko was holding. This one has your eyes and hair. Masaru noted, thanking his lucky stars that this one was a boy. Adorable boy, sure. But he probably wouldn't have to worry so much about him being chased by boys, he hoped. What are you going to name them? Mitsuki asked as she handed the baby girl back to Inko and picked up the little green bean. I was thinking Izuku for the boy and Akari for the girl, Inko said as she gazed at her little girl. She was so beautiful. Akari and Izuku, baby girl and little bean plus my little monster are going to be good friends. Mitsuki cooed excitedly. Katsuki, meet your new friends Akari and Izuku. Masaru said gently while stepping closer and showing both babies to the grumpy one strapped to his chest. Wanda, or now Akari, still confused about her rebirth situation, wasn't sure what to feel. She had died, she knew that she died, but now she was alive again with a new family. A mother and a twin. She didn't know how to handle this, so she closed her eyes and went to sleep. Rebirth was exhausting. Growing up again was weird. As a baby all she did was eat, sleep, and embarrassing enough make a mess in her diaper. The less said about the feeding situation the better. Since it was not much she could do as a baby, Akari spent the time thinking of her last life, how it went, what she lost, and she cried. Which oddly made her feel better, so she cried for the parents she lost, the brother that died, the love she sacrificed only to watch him be murdered a few moments later, and the friends she had lost. But mostly she cried for who she had been in her last life. For the little girl who had to grow up too fast, for the orphan on the streets of a war-torn Sokovia, that did not know when her next meal would be, for the preteen that slept so lightly because she didn't trust anyone to not try to hurt her and her brother when they were sleeping. For the angry teen that singed up for experimentations because of the helplessness she felt. Wanda cried even harder for the almost woman that underwent torture to get power, and the woman who made the wrong decisions that caused her to lose the only constant she had since birth, her twin, the one that did everything just so that she would be safe and happy. She cried for the woman that would always be feared by the world for her powers. The woman who made a home and had friends and a way to make amends for her wrongdoings only to lose it all and be branded a criminal. Akari cried for the woman who sacrificed the man she loved to save the universe only for it to mean nothing in the end. She cried for the grief-stricken woman who got trapped in her dream-turned-nightmare. For the wife that lost her husband and the mother who had to give up her children to release the people she unknowingly held hostage. Wanda cried for the stupid woman who got corrupted by that godforsaken book and the monster she became. And trough all of the crying, Akari's new twin, Izuku, would hold her hand and her new mother would hold her close and sing to her. This love and comfort along with the grieving helped her heal, but what really made her accept that she had died and been reborn again was seeing Pietro in her dream. She was standing in the clearing she and Pietro would go to, their escape from the orphanage and their war-torn home. It was one of the few places in Sokovia that was still beautiful, green and lush with flowers and trees growing everywhere. This was the one place they could be children, where they would run and play and pick flowers. This place held some of her happiest memories. This place always made you smile, Sestra. A familiar voice brought Wanda out of her musings. Turning around almost as fast as the owner of the voice. Pietro, she whispered disbelief when she saw him. He looked the same as the last time she had seen him alive. Hair that turned silver because of his speed, electric blue eyes that always held a spark of mischief, and his skin seemed to glow. But most importantly, he had no bullet wounds. He looked healthy, happy and more at peace than she had ever seen her always moving twin. Long dead brother get a hug or what? Pietro asked with a gentle smirk on his open arms. You're not real, just a dream, Wanda whispered sadly, while never taking her eyes away from him for fear that he would disappear. Maybe I'm a dream or a part of your imagination, he said in a gentle voice while lowering his arms. Maybe I'm an imprint left behind with you after my death, or maybe the powers that be are letting me appear before you right now, holding out a hand towards her. Does it really matter? Taking his hand and holding it tightly. No, it really doesn't. Whispering to herself more than anything. Walking hand in hand with him around the clearing that had witnessed most of their happiest childhood memories after their parents had died. She could not stop looking at him. He looked alive and happy. It was all she ever wanted for him. I am, he said, handing her a red flower he picked. What? Wanda asked, stopping. Turning to her. Happy, at peace, I'm with Mama and Papa. Tommy and Billy live in our old universe and are loved. Your toaster husband downloaded his past data to New Vision, so he is processing that. His smile so heartbreakingly beautiful. Why didn't I get to be with you? Why was I reborn? She asked, tears in her eyes and voice breaking from sorrow. Pietro pulled her into his arms and hugged her tight. It's not your time yet, Sestra. He whispered into her hair. One day, 100 years from now, when you are old grandma, you can join us, but not before. If you do, I will kick you out of afterlife, yes. He joked and reached out and held her face. Your chaos magic acted on your desire for a different life, in a different universe. One more accepting to people with powers. He explained. It's not a crime to love them, you know. Loving them does not betray us, it doesn't replace us either. Loving someone new doesn't kick previous loved ones out of your heart, Wanda. That's the great thing about love, it just makes more room. Mama, Papa, your children, I and everyone you loved in your past life will always be in your heart. Leaning his forehead to hers, he continued, moving on doesn't mean forgetting us, it just means you are healing. You have been given a second chance at life, you can't let your past life hold you back. Looking into his eyes, what do I do? She asked in a small voice. You live, Wanda. Enjoy your childhood, go to school, get a hobby, make some friends. Whatever you want, the possibilities are endless. Just don't waste your life grieving your previous life. That's no way to live, he told her passionately. The last time I did what I wanted, I killed a lot of people and hurt even more, remembering the horrible things she had done. Then make amends. If you killed 20 people, save 40. If you hurt 50, save 100. You want to mope, go to high school. You want to make amends, then get off your ass. Yes, he said, quoting Clint. You can't spend your new life regretting things done in the previous life. Learn from your mistakes, do better in this life. You already know what not to do. What if I go down the same path again? What if you don't? Little brother Izuku won't let you, he's gonna be a stubborn one. He will make sure you don't. His stubbornness and determination is some of the reasons he was chosen to be your brother this time. He is strong enough for it, even if he doesn't seem like it. He told her with a knowing look in his eyes. What do you know? She asked him, narrowing her eyes in suspicion. What's the fun in life if you know what's going to happen? It is as they say, no. It's not the destination that's important but the journey, it's what shapes you as a person. If you know what's going to happen in your life, you will focus on those things and not live. I just want you to live, Wanda. Enjoy the little things in life just as much as the big things. Find out who you are without all the anger, bitterness and sorrow of your last life. Akari, come on, let go, a green-haired teen yelled as he held his hand out for her to take. She recognized him in an instant. It was Izuku. Or what Izuku would look like as a teenager. Wanda looked from Izuku to Pietro, feeling a lump in her throat. If she took Izuku's hand, she would have to leave Pietro. Go on, Sestra. Go with Otudo. We will see each other when it's your time, Pietro told her as he kissed her hand before letting go of it. Wanda threw herself into his arms and hugged him as tight as she could. She felt him place a kiss on her forehead. Until I see you again, Brotera. Hugging him tighter before letting go. She walked up to Izuku and took his hand. The moment their hands touched, Wanda became the same age as Izuku. Her hair turned red and her eyes flashed scarlet before they became as green as the boy holding her hand. Izuku held her hand tighter and started running, pulling his twin sister along with him. Live well, little Sestra, Pietro said with a peaceful expression on his face as he watched them run down the road of life. Hearing his words, Wanda looked back to where Pietro was standing and saw her mama and papa standing behind him with a hand on each of his shoulders. They both raised their other hand and blew her a kiss each. Smiling tearfully, Wanda blew one back and Akari turned her head forwards, running a little faster so that she was running next to Izuku. And as they were running, they started to age down until they were toddlers and disappeared in a flash of scarlet. After that dream, or whatever it was, things got better. She cried less and the soul-deep pain lessened. Slowly she started living again, even if living was only doing the things her twin was doing, which consisted of rolling over and trying to sit up. Akari figured going at her twin's pace would be safe since she didn't want people to consider her weird or advanced. Wanda was no genius. She didn't even finish school even with Vis's tutoring. She also found out that even with the memories, her body was still that of a baby. Her mind knew what to do but her body needed practice. Therefore going at Izuku's pace was safest. It also brought a weird form of comfort to just be. No worries, no problems, just her and her twin babbling to each other and rolling over. Spending time with Izuku and mom was nice. Her brother was a happy baby and her mom was loving and warm. They made her want to live. This could be a new start, like Pietro said. She could have the childhood that she never, go to school, have friends, get a job, maybe fall in love again, have a family of her own one day. It wouldn't replace all she lost in her last life, and it didn't need to. It would have its own place. Just as Izuku had. Wanda knew he wasn't Pietro. He didn't feel like Pietro did, but that didn't mean he wasn't her twin, and the bond they shared was just as strong. Izuku was bright, warm and steady, like a mountain that could weather her storm without crumbling, and she loved him for that. Akari loved the hidden strength of him, and the joy he radiated. His excitement was so infectious that it made it easy to be childlike. He was exactly what she needed in this life. The Bakugo family and the Midoriya family would often spend time together and let the children play on the carpeted floor as they watched while also socializing. Little Katsuki was a brave and bold child that would crawl all over the place and even try to stand on his little shaky legs, and after Izuku saw this he too tried to stand up, which meant she also would have to try. "Oh, look, they are trying to stand," Uncle Masaru said excitedly and started to pat his pockets for his phone so he could take pictures. "Hey, looks like a little competition. Beat the boys, baby girl." Auntie Mitsuki cheered loudly, pumping her fist in the air while wearing a crazy smile and handing Inko some tissues for the proud tears gushing out of her eyes. As the years passed, Wanda noticed that there was a lot of talk about heroes and hero work, quirks and villains. The most notable was All Might, that reminded of a Steve Thor hybrid. There were other heroes too, and they even had a billboard list. Having powers, or what they called quirks, was normal. Her mom could move things toward herself, and Uncle Masaru often said he sweating acids, while Auntie Mitsuki would talk about her quirk being a blessing on her skin. Now that she was born in a universe where it was normal to have powers, Wanda tried using hers, only to realize that they were blocked. Wanda could still feel them, she just couldn't use them. They were there, just blocked, or more like dormant, asleep, out of reach. "This is probably my punishment for the crimes I did in my last life," she thought to herself. It was a fitting punishment. She was in a world that accepted powers only to not have access to hers. It was also probably her powers' revenge for not appreciating them when she had them, which was fair, she guess. It took starting kindergarten for her to learn that most people got quirks by the age of 4, unless it was a mutation quirk, who some had since birth. But still, she was in a world where no one looked weirdly at the purple man walking past them, or people who had animal body parts or flaming hair, glowing eyes. This world was so unique and different. People had hair, eyes and skin in all colors known to the world, and no one acted as if it was odd, it simply just was. Her twin brother was obsessed with the hero All Might and would watch the video of his first appearance as a hero over and over again. According to Izuku, he was the coolest in the universe. While Wanda thought he was what would happen if Steve Rogers and Thor ever had a child together, which she found disturbingly hilarious. But he was still a great hero who reduced the number of villains in the country so greatly that she and Izuku could grow up in a relatively safe country, even with powers added into the mix. She didn't know if her powers would get activated, or even sure if she wanted them to. She had done such horrible things with them, and although it wasn't the powers' fault she'd done what she had in her previous life, she was still afraid that if she got them in this life that she would do horrible things again. But at the same time, her powers had been a part of her, and she did miss them. Maybe in this world someone could help her learn to control them better so that she wouldn't hurt people. She wouldn't have to worry about it for long. Some months before she turned 4, her powers activated. It happened in December. Their mom had picked them up from daycare and all three were walking home. As they were waiting at a stoplight to cross the road, a car slipped on an ice patch and swerved towards them. Inko hugged her children and shielded them with her body, while Wanda raised her arms on instinct. Hearing a crash but not feeling the impact, Inko opened her eyes and turned around. In front of her and the others waiting to cross, there was a red force field. It looked like a luminescent red mist, and it was connected to her daughter's hand. Her daughter, whose eyes were glowing the same red, even her dark hair had a red tint to it now. The people around were shocked and relived that they were saved. "That little girl saved us," someone exclaimed. "That's totally a hero quirk," a teen said, excited. "Riri, you got your quick, and it's so cool. And you saved us with it. You're a hero, Riri," Izuku yelled excitedly while hugging his twin so tight she could hardly breathe. "Baby, are you okay? Do you feel okay?" Inko asked, overcoming the shock. Her baby just got her quirk, and she had saved them from a car. "I am fine, Mom," Wanda answered, feeling her powers surging through her body now that they were free. She stared at the red glowing mist dancing around her hands. Her powers were back. They felt slightly different, still familiar, still hers, still chaotic, but something about them was different. After that, her mom took her to a quirk specialist to register her quirk. The specialist asked some questions and did some tests to determine what her quirk was and what it did. Your daughter has a psionic quirk. My guess is that it's a mutated version of your quirk, Mrs. Midoriya. Your quirk attracts small objects toward you. Your daughter manipulates psychic energy, which allowed her to generate the force field that protected everyone from the car. It's a very powerful quirk. She will have to have lessons on how to control them," the young doctor with white eyes said to her mom. "He must have some form ocular powers, quirk," Wanda though to herself. You think it's a mutated version of my quirk? Mom asked confused. Yes, from what you've told me of your quirk and your husband's quirk and what I have observed with my own quirk and the tests we had your daughter do, it seems as if your quirk and your husband's quirk mutated in your daughter to form your daughter's quirk, which sometimes happens in children. The doctor explained to them calmly. Now Akari, you said you got a little headache after using your quirk after the tests. Yes, it's normal for quirks to have some limits. Quirks are like muscles, and like all muscles require training. Even if you don't become a hero, you should still train your quirk so that it doesn't cause harm to others or to yourself. The doctor told her with a gentle but firm voice. I will give your mom the information for a quirk trainer who can help you learn to control your quirk. Thank you, Inko said gratefully. Now what should we name your quirk, Akari? The doctor asked with a smile. Chaos magic, because it looks and feels a little chaotic, she answered after some thought. Her quirk didn't feel like the magic she had in her previous life. It still felt chaotic but less like magic, more like energy, but chaos energy manipulation sounded like a mouthful. She also didn't tell the doctor all that her quirk could do. She kept the mind reading and mind manipulation to herself for now. Nat always said never to put all the cards on the table at the beginning of the game. This world may be accepting about powers, but they also prefer the so-called hero quirks. For now she would observe and assess this world. She could imagine Nat patting her on the back proudly saying, "That's my girl." After they left the quirk specialist, they went and got Izuku from Auntie Mitsuki. Izuku asked questions about her quirk the whole way home. Wanda told him what the doctor had said to them about her quirk. His excitement and awe over her powers was something she never experienced before. People usually feared her powers. Some were apprehensive about them, and all Tough Vision wasn't afraid of them and was more curious about them. It was in the same way he was curious about everything. Izuku's awe left her feeling warm, and his excitement made her excited about her powers for the first time in both her lifetimes. And so they started to excitedly discuss her quirk and what she would be able to do with it and how she could use it as a hero. They even talked about what his quirk could be, if it was the same as hers since they were twins, maybe it was mutated in a different way since they weren't identical twins, or if his quirk was like one or both of their parents' quirk. Show me, show me, show me, Izuku shouted excited when we finally made it home. Oki, 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 Akari imitated. She lifted her hands and twirled her wrists, making a small energy ball between her hands. Wow, your quirk is so awesome, Riri, her brother exclaimed with a look of awe and fascination. What does it feel like? It feels a little chaotic, but also like it was always supposed to be a part of me, like a part of me I didn't know I needed was missing. She told him after some thought. So you can generate a force field from psychic energy but also use the energy to move things? Izu asked with a thoughtful look on his face. What else can you do? Something I didn't tell Mom and the quirk specialist, she sent to his mind. Whoa, how? He started but was cut off by Akari. Shish, you don't need to say it out loud, just think it. She said in his mind. So cool, she heard him think, his mind full of awe while his thoughts were running a mile a minute. Inko watched her children talk excitingly with a soft smile. Her daughter had been an almost solemn baby that cried a lot, but as she got older she outgrew it. She had a tendency to become quiet from time to time, but mostly she's a happy child who get excited over smallest things, like food, clothes, the softness of a blanket. And she always gets tearful when she gets a gift. Inko had found the box of mementos under her bed while cleaning. The box had pictures of the family, of Izuku, Katsuki and her through the years, the wrapper of the first candy that Masaru had given her, the first ribbon Mitsuki had used to tie her hair with, the baby booties Inko had made her, the bracelet Katsuki made her in daycare, and the drawing Izuku made of the two of them as the hero's twin mite. Her precious babies were perfect, they never gave her any trouble. She had been worried about raising two children alone. She and her husband even discussed him moving back to help her, but in the end he didn't need to. Both babies were easy to raise, even Akari, who cried a lot as a baby. All she had to do save, hold and sing to her to quiet her down. And Izuku was a happy baby, able to comfort his sister and make her happy. Going to daycare after her quirk manifested was an odd experience. Everyone was asking her to show them her quirk, even the teachers, so with a twist of her wrist and a twitch of her fingers she showed them a ball of red glowing mist. and then wrapped the mist around a toy endeavor and twirled him around before throwing him in the trash can with a flick of her wrist. "That is such a cool and flashy quirk," the children around her cheered. "Of course she would have an awesome quirk, she is my best friend," Katsuki said in an arrogant voice, emphasizing on her being his best friend and not theirs. "It's psychic energy manipulation that allows my sister to move Ting with her mind. She also made a force field to protect us from a car that almost hit us. It's such a versatile and powerful quirk. Riri is going to a quirk trainer to learn how to handle and control it. But I've been thinking of how she can use it as a hero, and there are so many ways. She can capture villains with just her mind or move citizens out of harm's way, even use it to rescue people from disaster, lift obstacles out of the way, transport injured people." Izuku's mumbles got cut off by a classmate. "Have you gotten your quirk too?" one of their classmates asked. "No, not yet. Riri is an early bloomer. I will probably get mine soon too," Izuku explained with his adorable smile. "Izu is right. The quirk specialist said I manifested it early," Wanda said to their classmates while smiling at her sweet little brother. She found his mumblings adorable and informative. Her twin was so smart. "Hey, I'll get my quirk before you, Izu, and it will be even more awesome than Ri's red wiggly whoa," Katsuki exclaimed arrogantly with a killer smile, emphasis on the killer part. We'll see, Kit Kat," Wanda said, scrunching her nose. He may be her best friend, but he was still a little shit. She wasn't blind to his faults even if he was. With everyone and their grandmothers praising him for everything, he ended up with a big head. It was her duty as his BFF to smack some humility into him. But it turned out that the little shit was right. He did get his quirk before Izuku, and it was an awesome one. Explosion. His quirk allows him to secrete nitroglycerin like sweat from the palms and ignite it at will. His quirk was as explosive as his personality. Age: 3 to 4. After Katsuki got his quirk, Izuku got more and more excited for his quirk to manifest. He would hold out his hand trying to pull things to himself or blow out air in hope that he would be able to breathe fire. But nothing happened. Maybe he had a different quirk. And while Izuku was waiting for his quirk, Akari got a visit from the Hero Public Safety Commission, who said they wanted to train her to become a hero. "Mrs. Midoriya, we would like for your daughter to join our hero training program for youngsters. The program will teach her to control her quirk and also train her to be a hero that can use the full capacities of a quirk like hers. We will of course provide her with housing and the best education in the country along with everything else she would need, and also a substantial stipend to her family. There are other children in this program, so she would not be the only one, and one even has some telekinetic capacities, so we already have some experience with her type of quirk," the commission agent said confidently, sounding like a sleazy businessman. "Housing. She would live there?" her mom asked, unsure. "Yes, we find that having the children living at the training facility gives the best result. That way they can focus fully on their training and studies, while also being mentored by the best suited heroes," he answered her mom. Feeling like something was off, Wanda looked over at her mom, who was busy reading the information booklet he had given to her, so she moved her hand and let some of her power travel secretly from her fingers to his head and entered his mind. Turns out the commission is as shady as Hydra, turning useful heroes and now children to assassins and spies while protecting the image of heroes that were less than stellar just because they were popular. And also pretending they aren't a power-hungry government organization. Been there, done that, not interested in the trauma. So Akari manipulated his mind to think her quirk wasn't as impressive as it was on paper, and to delete her info from their interest list when he went back to the commission. She also used him as a virus. Everyone he came in contact with would get the same manipulation, a nice trick she learned she could do because of Westview. Her powers were borderline sentient and often acted on intent, mostly to protect her, but could also be more problematic if she didn't have control of her emotions. Hopefully it would be enough and they wouldn't be back. But if they did, they would meet the Scarlet Witch. "I don't want to leave you and Izuku," she told her mom. "I'll go to UA with Izu and Kat when I'm older. If I want to be a hero." She would also keep an eye on the commission. Sooner or later they would leave behind something that she could use to pull a Steve Rogers and expose them to the world. Their 4th birthday came and went. The situation of Izuku's quirk or lack of quirk started to become more worrying as the time passed, and Izuku was the only one in their kindergarten class that didn't manifest a quirk, so mom took him to a quirk specialist while Auntie Mitsuki and Akari had a girls' day. They spent the whole day together baking, having fun and going shopping. Akira loved spending time with Auntie, but she was worried about Izuku. She had felt his shock trough, the bond she had with him, and the closer they got to home the easier it was for Akari to enter his mind and find out what had happened. Akira jumped out of the car the moment it stopped and took flight up to their apartment. Finding the room her twin was in, she opened the window and flew to him. The scene playing over and over in his head broke her heart. Can I still be a hero, too? I am sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry. I wish things were different. Akari placed her hands on his cheeks and lifted his face so she could look him in the eyes. You don't need a quirk to be a hero, Izuku, you just have to fight smarter and harder than everyone else. It will be a hard road, but not an impossible one. She told him fiercely, thinking of Clint, Nat and Tony. The both of us will have to start training, she said, nodding her head determinedly. She decided then and there that she would become a hero, partly to make up for the sins of her past life and partly because her twin was determined to become one. They were twins, two halves of a whole, they walked the road of life together. Her better half threw himself in her arms. You still believe in me? He asked in a heartbreaking voice. I will always believe in you, Miu, she told him in a strong voice. Akari, are we floating? Oh, levitating actually, she smiled sheepishly. Inko, your daughter just flew up here. I didn't know she could fly. Did you know she could fly? They heard Auntie Mitsuki yell in the living room. That day Izuku became more determined to become a hero. But it was not an easy road. Age 4 to 9. When word got out that Izuku was quirkless, some people would look at him with pity and feel sorry for him, while others would mock him. Children were the cruelest. They would bully him for the fact that he was quirkless and still dreamed of being a hero. The worst of the bullies was Katsuki, our former best friend. The moment he found out that Izuku was quirkless, he started to mock him for everything, trying to break his spirit. What friendship they had was gone now that Izuku didn't have a quirk. Akira tried to protect him, but sometimes she couldn't be there and other times Izuku wouldn't let her. You can't protect me from everything, Riri, I have to stand up for myself too. Her sweet brother told her with bruises on his face. I know that, Miu, I just don't like you to see you hurt. She hated that people were so cruel to him just because he was quirkless, like that, determined who he was. She knew he tried to put on a brave face for the world, like their words didn't hurt him, but she was in his head as much as her own, so she knew. Wanda knew that whenever he would doubt himself he would remember the day she told him she would always believe in him. And he would place a smile on his face like his always smiling idol. If she couldn't protect him she would avenge him, she was an avenger after all. Wanda tracked Katsuki and his minions down to the forest they liked to play in. She found them playing hero and villains. How fitting. Activating her powers she walked up to them. Well, 3 little piggies playing in the woods. Not knowing the wolf is prowling, with that she lifted them up and threw them into each other. Know that every time you hurt my brother I will find you and get even. Deku is such a weak loser that he can't even protect himself. Katsuki shouted as he got up. His minions were still down and groaning in pain. Only villains pick on those who are weaker than themselves, she said before she blasted her former best friend back and turning around to walk away. He is quirkless and still wants to be a hero. I'm just telling him how it is. You are feeding his delusions. That pathetic Deku will die. And you, his twin, are helping him kill himself. He got up again. She had to give it to him, he could take a hit. It's his dream to be a hero. What's wrong with him trying fulfill his dream, Katsuki? Maybe he can be the first quirkless hero. I am going to support him every step on his journey. But no one asked for your opinion. So leave him alone, she shouted back and started walking away. Don't come crying to me when Deku ends up dead. She could hear small explosions behind her and knew him hands were sparking. You're the last person anyone would go crying to, Bakugo. She threw over her shoulder and continued to walk away for him and their friendship too. After that they started calling her a witch, not that she minded. Izuku was the good and innocent twin. She was the jaded one, the one that knew how cruel the world could get. If being a witch is what would help to protect her brother's innocence for as long as she could, she would happily be one. Her and Bakugo stopped being friends, even if their families would still get together for dinners, barbecues, camping and other trips. She just ignored him unless he picked on her brother, then she would fight him. Something he seemed to enjoy, almost as if he was using it as a form of training. Age: 9 to 14. Izuku had been analyzing heroes for most of his life. He analyzed their quirk, their fighting style, how they would and could use their quirk in different situations in the hope that it would help him become a hero in the future, writing down his analyses in a notebook he kept with him at all times. Izuku pulled out a different notebook. "This is the one I'm using for you, it's red just like your powers." Showing it to her with the cutest smile. "I thought we could train your quirk and figure out what it can do and what works best for you and what doesn't. Testing the limits to your powers, and working on them to make you stronger," he said as he wrote "World's Best Hero" on the notebook, making her tear up a little. "You're the best brother in the whole world, you know that," she told him, hugging him as tight as she could. "Just don't leave it out in the open. Wouldn't want a villain to know all my weaknesses now, would we?" she says, ruffling his hair, not knowing that what she said made her brother come up with a code to write the notes he made on her. He would always protect his twin. From then on they worked on her quirk. Wanda already had an idea about what she could do from her past life. But in this life her powers were different, something she guessed was because there was no magic in this world. Instead of harnessing chaos magic, she harnessed the natural chaos energy in the world, an extraordinary, chaotic, powerful and unstable raw form of energy. She could no longer warp reality, conjure, transmute things or spell cast. She still had all the abilities she got from the Mind Stone, but not magic. At least not yet. Maybe she would get it back one day. Wanda also started to take yoga and tai chi classes, something Clint had mentioned she should try in her past life since it's gentle exercise and moving meditation that was good for mental and physical health. She figured she should give it a try since she couldn't exactly go to therapy. What would she even say to the therapist? "In my last life I lost my parents, signed up to be a lab rat for neo-Nazis, fought heroes, joined said heroes, lost a twin, fell in love, was hunted by the world, lost my love, died, came back to life, beat up a purple alien, kidnapped a town, got married, had kids and then destroyed them just to release the town. Oh, and I'm a mythical magic unicorn witch of prophecy who will rule or destroy the world. The universe. But don't worry, I didn't do that. I just decided to jump universe and go to one where my babies were alive. I would have to kill my alternate self since I went for a universe where their mother was alive and not one where she was dead. But you know, being corrupted by an evil book doesn't make you smart, just a monster. Then I came back to my senses and killed myself and was reborn here." Pretty sure they would lock her up in a mental hospital, so yoga and tai chi it was. Pietro did tell her to get a hobby, so she got two that would help her body and mind. Her mother didn't question it. She was used to her daughter trying out new things all the time. Sometimes she liked it, other times she didn't, but she would always try something at least once before deciding. She had tried archery for Clint, ballet for Nat, art for Steve, music for Sam and learning about the world for Vis. Pietro had been right. Moving on did not mean she forgot about them. She could remember them while doing things that reminded her of them. Besides training, she would do things she had never done before, like rollerblading, ice skating, soccer, going on picnics, parks, museums, amusement parks and arcades. In this life she was going to enjoy life to the fullest. Make a lot of good memories that she would look back at and smile remembering. The road to healing was long and hard, but a necessary one to take. She knew the monster she could become, knew what could happen if she let her emotions get the best of her. She held Pietro's words in her heart and was determined to live her life and not let her past hold her back, and for that she needed to heal. And she wasn't alone, even if they didn't know about her past life. Their love and support helped. Just knowing that they were there was good enough. When she would fear her powers and what she could become, she would sit and listen to her twin in the 1,000,001 ways he said her powers could be used for good. And when the world became too much and she was feeling down, she would find her mother and lay her head in her lap and just bask in her mom's love and warmth. This was her journey of redemption, and she would give it her all plus ultra. Flashback. It was a beautiful day. The Midoriya twins were at the park. Akari was picking flowers for her mother while her twin was playing in the playground. Feeling Izuku's pain and hearing explosions made Akari drop the flowers and run towards where she felt her twin was. When she got there she saw Bakugo Katsuki and his two idiot minions, Fatty McWings and Edward Creepy Hands beating on her brother. "Why don't you pick on someone your size?" she yelled, activating her quirk, blasting Creepy Fingers away and pulling Fatty from the air to the ground hard before ducking away from Bakugo's blast. "You're always protecting that useless Deku, which? He is going to pull you down," he yells as he continues to try and blast her. "Luckily for me I have you and you minions as target practice to sharpen my skills." She smirks as she finally wrapped her powers around his wrist and threw him to the side. "Leave or I'll tell Auntie you're being mean to me." "Damn it, you witch." They both knew his mom would ground him for the rest of his life if he was mean to her precious baby girl. Perks of being the goddaughter of one Mitsuki Bakugo. For now the threat worked, but she was not looking forward to the day it wouldn't. They used to be friends, best friends not long ago. Turning away from her once best friend, she walked over to her dazed twin and sitting down next to him. "You know Miyu, I'm thinking of trying to figure out how to heal with my quirk." She started pulling out bruise ointment, disinfecting spray and band-aids from the first aid kit she kept in her backpack. "It could work. Your psionics interact with things on a molecular level and you are able to disintegrate things by pulling the molecules apart, so you should be able to pull them together too. We should probably test it on something, not me first though," her brilliant twin said, looking thoughtful. "I knew that would snap you out of your daze," she exclaimed as she cleaned his scrapes and put ointment on his bruises. End flashback. The Midoriya twins were running through the streets, trying to get to school on time. Wanda forgot to set her alarm and Izuku got distracted by an All Might interview and didn't notice that she was still sleeping. "I swear, the world could be ending and you would still get distracted by All Might," she sends into his mind while running. "I am not that bad," he thought back at her. "Whoa, that's a huge villain," Izuku exclaimed excitedly. And not 2 seconds later got distracted by a giant raging villain at Tetuan Station. The villain standing on the overpass looked like a weird cross between a rat and a shark. "Yeah sure, rat shark is huge, we got to go Miyu or we'll be late," Akari says, trying to get her twin to remember what they were doing before he saw the villain. Unfortunately it didn't work and her twin walked closer to get a better look. "I love you Miyu, but you are going to give me gray hairs," she says as she shakes her head exasperatedly. "No, I want, your hair is beautiful Riri," he says while tugging a lock of her dark red hair before continuing make his way closer to the villain and what heroes would surely arrive. "Yura!" Rat Shark rages as he smashes through an electric pylon. People start to scream as the pylon fall with electric wires still attached to it. Luckily Death Arms showed up and caught it before it fell on anyone. The people who were screaming not a moment ago are now cheering in excitement. "Oh, nice. Way to go Death Arms," a relived man shouted. "The punching hero. I wish I had a quirk that made me super strong," someone in the crowd yelled. Water began to appear and form a line between the crowd of spectators and the raging rat shark. "Everyone please stay back. This area is far too dangerous," Backdraft says, keeping the crowd back. "Whoa, the rescue specialist Backdraft is here. He'll make sure we're okay," she hears someone say as Izuku tries to get a better view of the villain. "This guy must be pretty desperate to go full monster in the middle of the city. Do you know what happened?" One man asks the guy next to him. "Just some amateur. Stole someone's bag then got himself cornered," answers the other guy. "A quirk like that and he's a petty thief," the man scoffs. Her brother pushes his way forward through the crowd, not about to abandon her silly brother in case of danger. Akari follows him. A new hero arrives to fight the villain and bunch of fangirls start squealing. Turns out it a relatively new hero, Kamui Woods. "Oh, this is going to be good," her twin says excitedly when he finally gets to Backdraft's barricade. "One day you're going to be caught in the crossfire, idiot," she says, taking a hold of his hand when she gets to him. In this world, watching heroes and villains fight is a form of entertainment. And Izuku will always stop and watch, trying to learn for other heroes. It's Kamui Woods. He may be new but he's making a big name for himself. Her brother gushes like a fanboy. "Why, a look at that dopey grin and I know what you are, a fanboy." A man with star-shaped things sticking out of his head says. Sorta, her twin replies sheepishly. Rat Shark tries to smash Kamui Woods with his hand but Kamui jumps out of the way. Landing on Rat Shark's arm, he starts running up the giant arm and wrapping his extended wood around the villain's other arm only to be thrown away. But Kamui manages to land on his feet. Assault, robbery and illegal use of powers during rush hour traffic. You are the incarnation of evil, Woods says as his arm starts growing branches. The incarnation of evil, really? That's what's evil. Oh, come on. Wanda thinks to herself with an amused smirk, this world is adorable. There, his special move. Her brother points at Kamui Woods. Come on, Tree Man, show us something flashy, Starhead yells. The preemptive binding lacquered chain prison. Izuku says excited. Canyon Cannon, a giant lady yells while kicking the villain off the overpass station. Leaving everyone shocked and Kamui standing there with his arm raised looking like a leafless tree. Which just goes to show that Lange named slow moves aren't really useful when fighting, better to keep it short and simple. A bunch of men start taking photos of the giant lady's ass. Money shot, money shot, money shot. Pervs, piece of cake for the world's next hottest hero. Giant lady says, bending over to grab the villain, hi there everyone, I'm Mount Lady. And you don't have to worry about this bum anymore. Winking and sticking out her ass. Money shot, money shot, money shot. The men continue to take photos while the crowd cheers. Gigantification, Izuku mumbles writing down his observations. Well, she's definitely got the looks and attitude to be a crowd favorite and her quirk is really showy. But it will be kinda hard for her to get around much in the city without damaging a lot of things. That means she might not be very useful. She is pretty to look at though, and there should be more females heroes on the top. Wanda says raising her fist in female solidarity. What's that, fanboy? You're taking notes over there. Wanna be a hero too, huh? Starhead asks. Yes, more than anything, her brother answers with an adorable smile. Come on dork, you can write more after school, but we gotta go now. Akari says after looking at her wristwatch, it had been a gift her father sent her. What? Oh, we're going to be late Riri. That's what I've been saying the whole time, but you were distracted. She says throwing her hands up in mock annoyance and pulling him with her to school. Izuku looks at his beautiful sister, her once dark hair had slowly turned a dark red since getting her quirk. They both know she wasn't really annoyed, she always supports him with his hobby. Indulging him, listening to his rants, discussing ideas with him, giving him advice on how to train to become a hero. The only one who encouraged him to keep trying. When the whole world told him he can't, his stronger half said it will be hard but you can. He sometimes wonders if he was given a twin because the universe knew he would need her strength, her support, her open-mindedness, even her dramatics, but mostly her endless love. I need you just as much as you need me, dear heart. She says, reading his mind. Some people might feel weird having someone else in their head. But Izuku knew his sister used his mind to keep everyone's thoughts out of her head. His mind shielding hers. You're a mountain Miyu, strong and stable, and your mind is the cave I find shelter in to hide from the raging storm that everyone's thoughts are. She had told him once as she hid her face in his chest. That had been the first time he felt like a true hero. As strong and powerful as his twin is, she still needs him, quirkless Izuku. You are so much more than that, dear brother, being quirkless doesn't define you. She tells him, throwing an arm over his shoulder and giving him a one-armed hug. Aldera Junior High. Akira was sitting in class listening to the teacher drone on and on while drawing Natasha as a ballet dancer. She would draw her friend often. Sometimes she would draw them as heroes, other times they were just normal people living normal life. It would bring her comfort to draw her friends from the past life. So, as third-year students, it's time to start thinking seriously about your futures and what you want to do with your lives. I could pass out some career aptitude tests. But, the teacher began as he grabs a stack of papers. Why bother? I know you're all planning to go the hero track, right? Throwing the aptitude tests in the air. Yes, most of the students cheered and activated their quirks. Wanda to roll her eyes hard. They were weak-minded idiots who would never make it. They didn't have a heroic bone in their body. Yes, you've got some impressive quirks. But no power usage allowed in school. Get a hold of yourselves, the teacher told the students. Hey, teach, don't lump me in with this bunch of losers, I'm the real deal. Bakugo interjects, pointing to himself with his legs kicked up on his desk and leaning back in boredom. But these guys will be lucky to end up as sidekicks to some busted D-lister. Hey, he finishes arrogantly. Wanda watches in amusements as Katsuki makes a spectacle of himself while also annoying the whole class. The idiot's head has gotten so big it's a surprise he can make it through the doorway. You think you're better than us, Katsuki? One of his minions argued back. That was uncalled for, Katsuki. Another student yells. Let's go, I'll take you all on. He mocked with a smirk. Huh, you've got impressive test results. Maybe you will get into UA. Hi, the teacher says reading his result, shocking the rest of the class. He's gonna try for the national school. Someone asked. That school has a 0.2% acceptance rate. Someone else piped in. It's impossible to get into, another student says in low self-esteem. Wanda doesn't get why they are shocked. Everyone knows Bakugo has to win at everything he does, like he would ever settle of anything but the best, but he is right about most of the students here, they are a bunch of losers. She sees her twin laying his head on his desk trying not to be noticed, from where she's sitting on the back row by the window. That's exactly why it's the only place worthy of me, he claims, jumping up on the desk. I aced all the mock tests. He points to himself. I'm the only one at this school who stands a chance of getting in. I'll end up more popular than All Might himself and be the richest hero of all time. People all across the world will know who I am, and it all starts with Ua High. He shouts arrogantly. Akari Midoriya is trying for Ua too. The teacher says, making everyone turn to the prettiest and most imitating girl in class. Oh, aka Chan is going to become a hero. A girl asked excitedly. She got the looks and quirk for it. Creepy Fingers says, wiggling his brows to the boy next to him. But can she do it? Sure, she's pretty to look at, but is she that smart? A boy she rejected not long ago says. She ignores the others and makes eye contact with Bakugo. Lifting a brow in challenge with a smirk on her face, she raises her hand and waves her fingers at him. Hey, Bakugo scuffs and smirks back. The only person able to challenge me, going up against her over the years, have proven to make me better and better. I get to fight her for 3 more years, good. I'll be the best damn hero in the world. He thinks to himself, not knowing Akari heard him. Oh yeah, other Midoriya, don't you want to go to UA too? The teacher says, making the other students burst out laughing. Izuku, you're kidding, right? There's no way he's getting into the hero course without a quirk. A student says. Standing up. Well, actually they got rid of that rule. I could be the first one, Izuku says timidly. Hearing Bakugo's growl and seeing him rush to attack Izuku, Wanda makes a force field around her brother to protect him. Bakugo slams his hand on the force field, letting off an explosion that makes her brother jump away and fall on his ass. Listen up, Deku, you're even worse than the rest of these damn rejects, you're a quirkless wannabe. Bakugo says, looking completely deranged. You really think they'll let someone like you in when then could have me? Akari steps between Bakugo and her brother. Tilting her head, she stares him down with red glowing eyes and her powers ready in her hands. You've got it all wrong. Really, I'm not trying to compete against you, you gotta believe me. Her brother says, rushed. It's just that, I've wanted to be a hero since I was little. I may not have a quirk, but I can still try my hardest, can't I? He continues nervously. You'd never be able to hang with the best of the best. You'd die in the exams. Bakugo yells angrily. Defenseless Izuku, the school's already crappy, you really wanna embarrass it more by failing so hard? He mocks. That's enough, cat, Akari says in a hard tone. Ari, he says, unsure. She hasn't called him that since they were children, since the day she turned her back on him and walked away from their friendship. Okay, everyone back to your seats. The useless teacher finally calls for order in the classroom. When school was finally over, Akari walked up to Izuku's with her phone in her hand. Mom texted me, she needs some stuff from the groceries store that she forgot to buy. And the shoes I liked last week just got restocked, so they have my size now. Looking up, You wanna come with me? She asked him smiling. Her brother, who was scrolling on his own phone, looked up. I am gonna stay and write down some notes from the fight this morning before I forget anything. He answers her. Okay, then I'll see you at home. She starts walking away. Do you need anything from the store? She asked. Huh, oh, yeah, can you buy me a cinnamon roll? There are laws against cannibalism, you know. She says over her shoulder. I am not a cannibal. Her brother shouts after her, but she only laughs. Making her way through the school hall with a smile still on her face. She ignores everyone who looks at her. She would not be friends with people that treat her brother less just because he doesn't have a quirk. Ari. She hears Katsuki shout after her. Turning around, she sees Bakugo striding towards her, minions following behind him as usual. It must be exhausting to have to think for 3 people all the time. Go away, I'm busy. She turns and continues to walk out the school. Oh, Edward Creepy Hand says. You should know better, man. The school flower only talks to her brother. The other minion says. Shut up, idiots. Bakugo yells at them. Ari, I'm talking to you, damn it. Wanda ignores him and continues walking away from him. She's always walking away from me. Wanda went to Tetuan shopping district, where the store that had the shoes she liked was. So she figured she'd get everything she needed at one place. She bought what her mom needed and put it in her backpack, then went to buy the shoes she wanted. She also ended up buying some new workout clothes and a red leather jacket that she fell in love with. It looked like the one Pietro stole from Natasha in her last life. Getting what she came for and then some, she started to head home. She had ended up pretty far into the district. Walking slowly while sipping an iced matcha latte, she made her way toward the entrance that was closest to home. She was about halfway in the district, when an explosion shook the ground. What the hell, she thought to herself. Closing her eyes and focusing, she started to scan people's mind to find out what happened. A sludge villain was setting off explosions and blocking her way home. People were screaming and running away from it. Death Arms, Slugger and Hitchcock arrive at the scene. She heard Bakugo's screaming thoughts. Which was weird because despite all the screaming and shouting he does, the fact was that Katsuki's thoughts are always a steady whisper. Cat, rooted on the spot, Akari focuses on this mind to locate him. This is not how I die. Damn it. Katsuki's thoughts scream from inside the sludge villain. It's taken someone hostage. How dare you prey on a child? Death Arms shouts as he charges forward and punches the sludge villain. But his hand gets pulled into the sludge villain. What the hell is this? Some kind of goo. The villain kicks Death Arms away. You okay, Death Arms? Hitchcock asks. Heads up. Slugger warns as the villain attacks the other 2 heroes with a sludge fist. They jump away from the attack just in time. Stay back or I'll snap his neck. The villain threatens. Cat, Wanda calls out to Katsuki telepathically. Ari, he thinks. I'm here, she tells him while making her way closer to where the fight is. Keep fighting, Cat, you have to keep fighting, she demands in his mind. Bakugo starts struggling even more in the villain's grip. He frees his mouth and lets out an enraged scream. You picked the wrong guy to mess with. I'm gonna send you back to whatever sewer you crawled out of. Bakugo creates explosions in his hands. Let me go, making bigger explosions. Wanda keeps pushing people out of her way to get to Katsuki. You've got so much power. I really hit the jackpot. With a quirk like yours under my control, I can take All Might down with on punch, the villain tells Bakugo while becoming even larger. Mount Lady runs toward the scene but stops in her tracks. Oh, I need at least a 2-lane road if I'm gonna make my through here. Bakugo's minions are surrounded by flames until Kamui Woods grabs them and runs with them through the streets. Fire and wood don't make a good combination. I'll let someone else stop this guy. Don't look at me, I've got my hand full here, Backdraft says as he tries to put out the fire. Where are those fire trucks? Can you guys get to him? Can't get a grip on his weird body, plus that kid's quirks causing explosions left and right. The sludge villain begins to swallow Bakugo and attacking the heroes. Hold on, Cat, I'm almost there, tell him while dodging debris and fanatic people. Ari, how? Katsuki thinks confused. What am I doing? Why am I running? Why can't I stop? She hears her brother's thoughts close by. Focusing on his mind, she sees him trying to save Cat from the villain. "Okay, fuck the no quirks allowed rule," Akari says as she blasts her way up in the air. Seeing where the sludge villain was, she starts flying in that direction. She flies through smoke and fire and lands behind her brother who is clawing at the sludge villain. "I am here Ototo," she says and raises her hands and sends powers into the sludge. The sludge was holding on tightly and hard to get off. She had to focus on the molecules of the fluid to move them off Katsuki's body and wrap her powers around her former friend and started to pull him to her. The sludge villain, feeling his grip on Bakugo slipping, raises his slimy hand and creates an explosion. Only for All Might to block the attack. "I really am pathetic," All Might says. "All Might." But Izuku grasps. "Got him," Akira yells when she finally has an unconscious Cat in her arms. "I told you the traits that make a great champion, but I see now I wasn't living up to my own ideal. Pros are always risking their lives. That's the true test of a hero," All Might says as he grabs all three of us in one arm. Detroit. Smash. All Might punches the sludge villain, blasting through its body entirely and creating a massive wind blast. Mount Lady protects the civilians and heroes with her arms. When All Might's attack finally dissipates, he is breathing heavily and it starts raining. "Huh, it's raining," someone in the crowd says. "Don't tell me all that wind just now was. Look at the clouds. They're moving. Holy crap, he changed the weather." Death arms. All Might smiles at the shocked crowd. He wobbles slightly but raises his fists into the air. After that, the heroes collected all of the scattered sludge, and the villain went into police custody where he belonged. Her brother got scolded by the heroes for being reckless, while Akari was told not to use her quirk without a license again, but that they would let her off with a wearing since her quirk usage saved a kid and her brother was in danger, and because All Might had said to let her off. Cat got praise for his bravery, how tough he was and how amazing his quirk was. When they finally were on their way home, Akari was able to process what had seen in her brother's mind. What had happened to her brother since they said goodbye at school? Katsuki setting fire to Izuku's book. Katsuki tossing Izuku's book out the window. Katsuki looking over his shoulder. "You know, if you really want to be a hero that badly, there actually might be a way. Just pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life, and take a swan dive off the roof of the building. My dreams have turned into fish food." Izuku getting attacked by the sludge villain. "I can't breathe." "Have no fear, you're safe now that I'm here." As that, All Might. Izuku grabbing All Might's leg as he is leaping into the air, and holding on for dear life until they land on a roof. "Is it possible to become a hero, even if I don't have a quirk? I'm a normal kid without any powers. Could I ever hope to be someone like you? Without a quirk." All Might's body begins to release steam, the steam clearing and revealing a skinny blonde man. "What happened? You deflated. I'm counting on you to keep your mouth shut." All Might lifting up his shirt and revealing a large wound that takes up half his upper body. "I can only to hero work for about 3 hours a day. Rest of the time this is what I look like." I smile to hide the fear inside. This job isn't easy. Pro heroes are always having to risk their lives. Some villains just can't be beaten without powers. So, can you be a hero? Not without a quirk. I see. It's not bad to have a dream, young man. Just make sure your dreams are attainable, realistic. Understand? Her poor brother, his dreams had been burned, drowned and then crushed. No wonder he was feeling so down. "Wanna eat ice cream and watch sitcoms when we get home?" she asks. "I even got you, not 1, not 2, but 3 cinnamon rolls," she says, smiling and holding up 3 fingers. "Ice cream, sitcoms, cinnamon rolls are just what I need after today," he replies with a sad smile. Deku. They both turn to see Bakugo running towards them. "Kak-chan, listen, I would never ask a weakling like you to help me. Don't think you can look down on me." "Huh, got that, I was fine by myself. You're just a quirkless failure who won't." Katsuki gets cut off by a hard slap to the face. "Riri," Izuku exclaims. "Shut up Katsuki Bakugo," Wanda says, pissed off, eyes glowing an eerie scarlet. "You don't get to talk to my brother anymore. Not after today. You told him to kill himself. How could you say that, Cat?" Her voice starting strong but breaking at the end. "Ari," He starts but gets cut off by her again. Leave. Before they have to take me away for murder, she shouts while pushing him away. Riri, you can't kill him. They don't serve ice cream in jail. Izuku says while running his hands up and down her arms trying to calm his twin down. I am here. All Might appears out of nowhere. Ah, All Might, where'd you come from? How did you get rid of all those reporters? Izu asks looking around while All Might laughs. I stand for justice, not soundbites. Because I am All Mi. All Might starts coughing up blood before he turns into Small Might. Izuku screams while All Might coughs and wipes his mouth, and finally notices that there is another person there. I can, you see, he tries to figure out how to explain what just happened. No need All Might, I already know, she taps her head. I can read minds, but it's also a secret, so a secret for a secret I guess. She says waving her hand between him and her. Oh, then thanks, he nods to her before tuning to her brother, young man. I came here to thank you. And also discuss your question from earlier. If you hadn't told me about your life, if you hadn't run into that fight, I would have been a worthless bystander watching from the crowd. So thanks, he explains. Oh, no, it was my fault he was there to begin with. I got in the way of your hard work. I wasted your energy, and, not to mention your time. I'm not done. You told me you didn't have power. So when I saw this timid, quirkless boy try to save a life, it inspired me to act too. Her brother's idol tells him, there are stories about every hero. How they became great, most have one thing in common: their bodies moved before they had a chance to think. Almost on their own, and today that's what happened to you. He tells them. Her brother falls to his knees. Akari rushes to him, holding him while he breaks down in tears of hope. Young man, you, too, can become a hero. His hero, the person he admires most in the world, tells him the words he was desperate to hear. I deem you worthy of my power. My quirk is yours to inherit. All Might says dramatically. What, inherit? Wanda says confused. Wait, what do you mean inherit? Inherit what? Izuku says at the same time as his twin. You should see your faces right now. All Might laughs. Don't worry, I'm not gonna force this thing on you, he tells her brother walking closer. Listen well, young man. This is your choice. Do you wanna accept my awesome power or not? He asks, throwing up blood. The poor man is in so much pain, there has to be something that can help him. Maybe she could do something. What is he talking about? What is this? Izuku thinks. I don't know, but maybe he will tell us. She sends to him telepathically. She didn't know you could pass on quirks. There are a couple things you should know about my abilities. Journalists always guess my quirk to be super strength or some kind of invulnerability. When people ask in interviews, I always make a joke and dodge the question. That's because the world needs to believe that their symbol of peace is just a natural-born hero, like any of them, but I'm not. There's nothing natural about my ability. I wasn't born with this power. It's a sacred torch that was passed on to me from someone else. He finishes white, spreading his arms and looking up at the sky. He is so dramatic, she thinks amusedly. Someone gave you this quirk? No way, Izuku says in disbelief. While Wanda thought of Monica, hadn't she also given powers to someone? But that had been chaos magic. Laws of the universe didn't apply to chaos. Yes way, and you're next. I can give you my abilities. All Might tells him passionately. Wait, hold on, this is a lot to process. It's true that there's a lot of debate as to what your quirk actually is. Nobody's ever figured it out, and continues to mumble. Oh, now you've done it, she tells All Might with a laugh while Izuku continues his mumbled thought process, and All Might looks on astonished. Sounds like you're overthinking this whole inheriting thing. Stop nerding out. All Might yells. You'll have to adjust your reality and accept this new truth. I can transfer my quirk to someone else, and that's just one facet of my secret abilities. The true name of my power is One for All, he says, holding out a hand and making it glow with light. One, for, all. Yes, one person improves the power, then hands it off to another person. It continues to grow as it passed along. It is this cultivated power that allows me to save those who are in need of a hero. The truth behind my strength, he says, clenching his fist. But why would you choose to give me a gift like that? What if I can't live up to it? Izu asked. I was on a long hunt for a worthy successor. And then, I watched you jump into action as the rest of us stood idly by. You may just be a quirkless fanboy. But you tried to save that kid. You acted like a hero. All Might explains, making her brother tear up. Seriously, you gotta stop crying so much if you want my quirk. Come on kid, he says, amused. He's said so much to encourage me. He even told us the secret behind his powers. Is this what I've been waiting for all these years? How can I turn him down? Wiping his tears and looking at his sister, who nods at him with tears in her eyes, he stands up, having made his decision. Okay, I'll do it. Yes, he tells All Might with a strong voice. No reluctance. That's exactly how I figured you'd respond. But it wasn't that simple. Receiving All Might's power turned out to be no easy task, as her brother would soon find out. Izuku had left who knows how early, and then called her at an ungodly hour to meet him and All Might at Dagoba Municipal Beach in workout clothes. Why anyone would want to go to Trash Beach any time of the day, let alone this early in the morning, she doesn't know. Even after drinking a few cups of matcha tea to wake her up, she still has no idea. Coffee and her quirk did not mix well, so matcha became her lifeline in this life. After getting dressed in black workout tights, sports bra and zipping up her red hoodie, Akari stood in front of the mirror, pulling her dark red hair into a high ponytail. Walking to the kitchen and grabbing a few water bottles and filling her to-go thermos with more tea, grabbing her gym bag, she was ready to go. It's official, her brother hates her. There is no other way to explain why he is making her go to Trash Beach so early when we have school in a few hours. Arriving at the beach, all she sees are piles of trash everywhere. Sighing, she locates her brother's mind, using it to navigate the trash labyrinth. When she finally finds them, Izuku is going through a stack of papers. What's that? She asks curiously. Ah, they both scream. Riri, you have to stop walking so silently, her brother tells her as he tries to calm his heart rate. She never makes any noise when she walks. Young Miss Midoriya, you are here, All Might exclaims dramatically, his hands on his hips in a hero pose. I have tailored my aim to pass, American dream plan, to fit for you too, he says, handing her a stack of papers. I asked you, brother, about your quirk and your day-to-day life. She hums as she goes through the detailed plan: workout, meal plan, sleep schedule, study schedule. The only thing not planned in this thing was toilet time. It was even more strict than the one Steve made her in her last life. Thank you, All Might. No thanks needed, young Miss Midoriya, he replies. How often had he wished he didn't have to walk this road alone? How many times had he wanted someone to share this burden with? And here was his chosen successor, born with that someone, a someone powerful enough to stand side by side of the ninth user of One for All. He just hoped history didn't repeat itself. And just like that, she began 10 months of absolute hell. But at least she was in hell with her twin brother. While Izuku was cleaning the beach, All Might had her do an obstacle course he had made her in the woods near the beach. She was not allowed to use her powers. So at I wish I was asleep o'clock in the morning night, she would run, jump, duck, climb and avoid traps in the woods. After the obstacle course, she would go back to the beach and do sit-ups, push-ups, squats, before moving on to yoga or tai chi. All Might also had her work on her quirk. He brought a tennis ball launcher, and made her catch the balls and hold them in the air as more balls were shooting at her in increasing speed. Unraveling tangled wires and balls of knotted ropes. He also made her lift the piles of trash her brother cleans off the truck at the garbage dump. She hadn't realized that her powers in this life were back to the level they were when fighting Ultron, but they had also grown since she first got them in this life, with her and Izu always working and experimenting with them. Plus, with her always fighting with Katsuki, who always came back more improved, she too had gotten better with every fight. Of course, they were back to basics. They had grown as she had, and became stronger with training, just like the doctor told her when she was younger. Quirks were like muscles, and she hadn't been training them as hard as she did in her past life. It was just like learning to walk in this life. Her brain knew what to do, but her powers needed practice. I can just see Steve giving me his back quote. I am disappointed. Look, And Nat's backquote, "You are not half as smart as you think you are." Look, she thought to herself, feeling like an idiot. Beside training, she was going to school and studying for the exams. She was also reading medical books, so that she could heal people with her telekinesis. The human body wasn't like Vision's Android 1. She needed to know the body to a molecular level, where different things belonged and how they worked. She didn't want to end up attaching a blood vein to a nerve. So Akari would use her powers to feel out her mother and brother's bodies. When she told them she was doing it to familiarize herself with the human body so she could learn to heal, they both looked so proud of her, even with the extreme tears they were crying. Sitting in class, she could see her twin struggling to stay awake, before beginning to take notes and start muttering. "Hey, Izuku Midoriya." The teacher extended his hand and chops her brother on the head, causing her brother to stop rambling and cover his mouth. "I know you had a run-in with a villain. But pull yourself together, kid," teacher says, making the class laugh. "If you really wanna get into UA, you might actually have to know something." The rest of the class starts making fun of her brother. Wanda makes note of every one of them. If she has the time and the energy, she is totally making them face their worst fears. Time passes with training, school and studying. Before they know it, it's fall and Akari is jogging beside Small Might, who is using a Segway, and her brother jogging behind them while he carries a safe on his shoulder. They hear the sound of the safe hitting the ground and turn around to see Izu face planted on the ground. Hey, kid, look alive now. You've only got 3 months left. What, are you gonna give up after all this work? Wanna flush it all down the toilet and take it easy?" Small Might tells Izu seriously, while her brother tries to pull himself forward. "Something's wrong," Akari says, concerned. Her brother is exhausted. "You're overworked. The aim to pass American Dream plan I gave you was created with your body in mind. It was fine-tuned to ensure your progress was swift but manageable. Which means, you haven't been sticking to it. You're overdoing things. That's gonna have the opposite effect of what we want," he says harshly. She had been so busy and tired lately that she hadn't paid attention to her brother's thoughts. She hadn't noticed that he was rushing things. "I have to work harder, or I won't stand a chance against the other applicants," Izu says as he struggles to get up. "I don't just want into UA, I want to excel. I want to be like you. I want to be the greatest hero in the world. So I'll keep on trying until I've got what it takes to do that." Izuku's voice started soft but ended strong. All Might transforms to his hero form and lifts her brother up. "That fighting spirit's what I like about you, fanboy. It serves you well. I do get your concerns. That said, now's not the time to go and rush progress. Fear not, I can get you back on track. Leave it to this old man to adjust your plan," he says, All Might style. "You're not an old man, All Might," the twins say at the same time. And suddenly, it was the morning of the exam. All Might picked her up from her obstacle course and was going to drive her to the beach to meet Izuku. Getting into the car, she turned and looked at him. "Hey, All Might," she asked. "Yes, Miss Midoriya," he asks curiously. Can I try something?" she asks him, moving her hand with red mist dancing in her palm to his side where the wound is. Looking at him and waiting for consent. "What do you want to try?" he replies, confused, looking from her face to her hand then back again. "You know I can read minds. What you don't know is that I can alter minds too. What I want to do is to make you feel less pain in the area the wound is. I can't remove it completely since it would be too dangerous, but I can lessen it. Please, you're in so much pain all the time," she explains to him with tears in her eyes. "You can feel my pain?" he asks in anguish that someone so young had to feel the pain he lives with every day. "Yes, please, I can lessen the pain, temporarily, until I learn to heal with my powers. Then I will try to heal you," she promises him. She would do what she could for the man who was helping her twin achieve his dream. These Midoriya twins really knew how to tug on the old ticker. Letting her powers travel from her hand into his wound, she feels his destroyed respiratory system, the place where his stomach should be, the damaged muscle tissue. Everything was chaos. But chaos doesn't scare her anymore, not when she knows that chaos follow her command. All Might didn't think her powers would feel warm. They looked like they would hurt. but felt like a heating bottle has been placed on the wound, warming him up inside. And then suddenly the pain lessened. It wasn't gone, but it was manageable, like it was a bruise rather than a missing stomach. There, it's done. I've lessened the pain, but only when you are like this. It will come back in your hero form. It would be too dangerous to not feel pain when you are fighting. You wouldn't feel if you got seriously hurt. She explains, pulling her hand back. Thank you, young Miss Midoriya. Now let's see how your brother is doing, he says, wiping his eyes, and started driving. After 5 years of feeling constant pain, feeling less of it felt like heaven. When they got to the beach and out of the car, they only made it couple of steps before they heard a roar. Standing on top of a pile of garbage was Izuku. Stunned, they walked faster to the beach. Hey, holy crap, kid. You even cleaned up outside the area I told you to. Seriously, there's not one speck of trash left on this beach. Only a few minutes to spare. But you exceeded my expectations. Holy, stinking, super crap, he says, turning into hero form on the last word. Wanda stands rooted on the spot, stunned, and looks at Trash Beach. Well, former Trash Beach, it now looked like a little piece of heaven. Izuku wobbles and falls off the top of the junk pile. Wanda lifts her hands and catches him before letting All Might, who sped over to him, take him. Excellent work, All Might tells the boy in his arms. I finished everything, All Might. I did it. Do you think I'm ready now? Izuku asks, sounding exhausted. You, dear brother, are amazing, Akari tells him as she walks over to them and ruffles her twin's hair. Yeah, you did good, kid. Gotta say, I'm impressed, he says, setting Izu down. I knew you had it in you, but this is beyond. Holding up his phone, he shows a photo of Izuku looking like a crybaby. Look at this, it's you crying 10 months ago. Look how far you've come. Such improvement. There's still a long road ahead of you before you can inherit my full power set. But it's starting to look like you can do it, he says proudly. All Might, do I deserve this? Are you sure? You put so much time and energy into helping me. How did I end up so lucky? Izuku cries gratefully. You do deserve this, Otudo. Everything you went through growing up has brought you here, to this moment, right? Akari says, grabbing a hold of his clenched fist. Your twin is right, young man. It was your hard work that did this, not mine. All Might pats him on the back. Now, for your reward, Izuku Midoriya. Yes, sir. All Might pulls out a strand of his hair. Someone told me this once. There's a difference between being lucky and deserving. One is an accident, the other a reward. Never get the two confused. Take that to heart, young man. This gift, you earned it with your own valiant efforts. All Might hands the strand of hair to Izuku. Eat this. To inherit my power, you've got to swallow some of my DNA, that's how it works. All Might explains sheepishly while rubbing the back of his neck. Gross, Akari says, coving her mouth, even if she isn't the one who has to eat it. This isn't exactly how I imagined it, Izu says nervously. Come on, there's no time. You'll be late for the exam. Eat, All Might chants. Akari turns away so she doesn't have to watch her brother force himself to eat a strand of hair. Gross. Later that morning, hopeful students from all over head onto UA campus for the entrance exam. The Midoriya twins being amongst them. Made it just in time. Yes, we did, Wanda says excitedly. She is so ready for this. They walked through the gate. This is it, one of the most important steps on their journey to become heroes. I may have swallowed the hair, but I don't feel like anything great has happened to me yet, her brother says while covering his mouth like the hair might come back up. It might not have kicked in yet, Akari says, scrunching up her nose in disgust. Stupid Deku, they hear from behind. Kachan, her brother gasps. Get out of my way, now before I set you on fire. Oh, hey, good morning. Let's just both do our best out there, okay? Good luck, Izu yelps out. As Bakugo walks past them, he tugs on a lock of Akari's hair like he used to do when they were children. So she flicks a small energy ball at the back of his head in retaliation. I think that's the kid who withstood Sludge villain. His name's Bakugo, right? A guy says, noticing Katsuki. Yeah, he's the real deal, his friend replies. Ever since that day, Kachan's been taking it easier on me, Izuku thinks. Maybe I slapped some nice into him, Akari sends to him amused. Izuku takes a step forward but trips his own feet. Wanda raises her hand to stop him from face planting, but he has already been stoked by an adorable girl. Hey, are you okay? She asks as her brother freaks out until she puts him down. I'm sorry I didn't ask first. But I figured you wouldn't mind me catching you. She says as her brother stares at her in astonishment. Isn't this all, like, way nerve-wracking? You'll have to forgive my brother, he seems to have left his brain somewhere. Akira says as she elbow him and making the girl giggle, so cute. Well, I guess I'll see you inside. Bye, she says and walks away. Holy whoa, I just talked to a girl. Her brother thinks. You didn't do shit, I talked to her, you just stared at her, and what do you mean a girl? You have been talking to a girl all your life. Me, she tells him telepathically. You don't count, he says out loud. Of course I do. I am the most important girl in your life, she tells her stupid brother. They find the entrance exam hall and take their seats, which happen to be next to Bakugo. After the written exam is finished, Present Mike step up to the stage. What's up UA candidates? Thanks for tuning into me, your school DJ. Come on, and lemme hear ya. Quote, keeping it mellow. That's fine, I'll skip straight to the main show. Let's talk about how this practical exam is gonna go down, okay? Are you ready? Yeah. Quote, oh my goodness, it's the voice hero, Present Mike. I listen to his radio show every day of the week. It's so crazy nuts that all the UA teachers are pro heroes. Her brother gushes like a fanboy. She listens to his radio show too. It's a good show and he even plays some music that was in her past universe too. Will you shut up? Cat hisses. Cat, she says where she is sitting between him and her brother. She had switched seats with her brother in hopes that there wouldn't be a situation today. Her twin was nervous enough as it is, he didn't need a Bakugo altercation on top of it. Like your application said, today you rocking boys and girls will be out there conducting 10-minute mock battles in super hip urban settings. Grind your loins, my friends. After I drop the mic here, you'll head to your specified battle center. Sound good? Present Mike says as the screen behind him show battle center A to G. We all look at our exam cards. She's in battle center C. I see. They are spitting us up so we can't work with any of our friends. Bakugo says, examining our cards. You don't have any friends, Bakugo, she says as she pokes his cheek, making him huff. He's right though. Our examinee numbers are one after the other, but we're assigned to different battle centers. Her brother says, looking over at our cards. Get your eyes off my card. Damn, I was really looking forward to crushing you, and especially you, witch. Cat turns his head and catches my eyes. You really gotta stop flirting with me, Bakugo, I might end up falling in love, she replies while smiling and batting her eyelashes. Smirking when he turns red. The best way to make Bakugo shut up is to make him uncomfortable. Okay, let's check out your targets. There are 3 types of foe villains in every battle center. You'll earn points based on their level of difficulty, so better choose wisely. Your goal in this trial is to use your quirk to raise your score by shredding these foe villains like a mid-song guitar solo. But check it, make sure you're keeping things heroic. Attacking other examinees is a no ya dig. Someone in the crowd stood up and waved his arm. Excuse me, sir, but I have a question. The boy says. Hit me. On the printout, you've listed 4 types of villains. Not 3. With all respect, if this is an error on official UA materials, it is shameful. We are exemplary students. We expect the best from Japan's most notable school. A mistake such as this won't do. Additionally, you with the unkempt hair, you've been muttering this entire time. Stop that. If you can't bother to take this seriously, leave. You're distracting the rest of us. He points at Izuku on the last part. Sorry, her brother says while covering his mouth. While the other students laugh. All right, examinee number 7111. Thanks for calling in with your request. The 4th villain type is worth 0 points. That guy's just an obstacle we'll be throwing in your way. There's one in every battle center. Think of it as a hurdle you should try to avoid. It's not that it can't be beaten, but there's kinda no point. I recommend my listeners try to ignore it and focus on the ones topping the charts. Thank you very much. Please continue. Examinee 7111 says. That's all I got for you today. I'll sign off with a little present. A sample of our school motto. As General Napoleon Bonaparte once laid down. A true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes. Now that's a tasty soundbite. You ready to go beyond? Let's hear a plus ultra. Good luck. Hope you practiced hitting more than just the books. With that they all went to change to athletic clothes. Akari put on her black workout thighs, black sports bra, black sneakers and red zip-up hoodie along with black leather wristers that added a little support to her wrists. She pulled her long hair into a messy ponytail, looking at herself in the mirror one last time. It doesn't matter what you did, or what you were. If you go out there, you fight, and you fight to kill. Stay in here, you're good. I'll send your brother to come find you. But if you step out of that door, you are an Avenger. She remembers Clint once saying to her in her previous life. If she walk out this door she will be taking one more step on the road to redeem herself, to make up for all the horrible things she had done, even if she hadn't done them in this life. Even if it didn't make up for her past sins, she just hoped to balance the scales, that she could do some good in the world. To leave the world a little bit better than she found it. Akari steps out of the door and walked up to the bus that would take her to Battle Center C. Rolling her wrists and popping the joints in her fingers. Closing her eyes she closed the bond with her twin. She loved him to death but he was a nervous wreck. Standing outside the large door of Battle Center C, Wanda was meditating. Meditating helped her center herself. For someone like her, with her powers it was important. She familiarized her with the minds around her, so she wouldn't hurt them if she had to do a large-scale attack. Right, let's start, Present Mike says. The moment she hears Present Mike, her eyes snaps open and glowed red. She blasts off the ground and takes flight. That one's got the right idea. Get moving. There are no countdowns in real battles. Run, 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 listeners. You're wasting airtime here. Flying made it easier for her to see where the targets were. She shots bolts at a couple before locating a big group of robots. She landed in the middle of them with a blast that disintegrated most of the robots surrounding her. Stepping forward she blasted a robot tearing it in half before throwing the two half at two other robots. Turning and dodging a robot claw, she ripped it off and sent it off the robot's chest. When some of the other candidates arrived they saw Akari battling the robots like a battle mage. She is so manly, a dark-haired boy with sharp teeth said before jumping into the fray. Do not go gently into that good night but rage, rage against the dying of the light. Dark Shadow, a boy with a bird's head told his dark companion and started destroying robots too. The candidates were battling robots left and right for a couple of minutes, when rumbling could be heard and the ground started shaking. A giant robot showed up. It was the zero-pointer. It started smashing the building, making debris fall everywhere. Most of the candidates started running away. The dark-haired boy with sharp teeth helped those that got hurt by the debris, and Bird Boy had his shadow do the same. Wanda looked at the giant robot and then the two boys helping people. The robot was almost on them. Activating her powers and creating a big energy ball she sends it to the giant robot, spreading it out so the giant robot was covered in her scarlet energy. She started disintegrating it so it wouldn't hurt anyone. Ah! She let out a yell as she finally managed to destroy it. Feeling a migraine starting she sat down and started to massage her temples. Less than 2 minutes remaining, Present Mike announced. Wow, you are so manly. Someone approached her. Hey, are you okay? He asked. Looking over at the boy with squinting eyes, she noticed it was the dark-haired boy who was saving people. Yes, just a migraine starting, Akari whispered back to him. Oh, he said and sat down next to her. You can lean on me and relax. He tells her genuinely having good intentions. Dark Shadow, cover her so the light doesn't bother her. Bird Boy tells his companion. But, what about the exam? She asks them feeling so touched by their concern and help. Hopefully I have enough points by now. Shark Boy says. Same, beside what kind of hero would we be if we left you here after you saved us from the zero-pointer at the cost of yourself? Bird Boy says. I really hope you two get in. The world needs heroes like you guys. Oh. I'm Akari Midoriya, by the way, nice to meet you too. I am Eijiro Kirishima, nice to meet you too. The boy she's leaning on introduces himself. I am Fumikage Tokiyami and this is Dark Shadow, it's a pleasure to meet you. Feeling someone playing with her hair, she looks at Kirishima, who is playing with her hair, fascinated. When he notices her looking at him in amusement, he drops her hair and rubs the back of his neck. Sorry, the color is just so beautiful that I couldn't resist, he says sheepishly. And that's it. Time's up. Present mic announces as the alarm sounds, causing Wanda to flinch in pain and the migraine to worsen. Covering her ears with her hands and curling into Kirishima, who covers her hands with his own to better keep the sound out. Dark Shadow covers her eyes to keep out the light. The three of them sit there until the school nurse recovery girl shows up. Very nice. Good work all around. You're heroes in my eyes, every one of you. She says and hand out candy. Here, reward yourselves. Have some gummies. Don't eat them all at once, okay? She stars healing those who have injuries. Recovery girl, over here. We have someone who has a migraine. Kirishima says, waving at the nurse. Oh, you poor dear, overused your quirk. She asks before kissing her on the forehead. Feeling the migraine going away along with some of her energy, before her chaos energy starts to travel around her body and restoring the lost energy. That's new, recovery girl says thoughtfully. Do you have an energy quirk? Energy manipulation is a subset of my quirk. Yours uses the energy of the people you heal. Wanda asks. She would love to pick her brain for healing knowledge. Not literary, although she does wonder if she could download people's knowledge, something to brainstorm with Izuku later. After leaving the battle center, she found out her brother was at the nurse's station, recovering from injuries he got in exam. Apparently he got 0 points and sacrificed himself to save a girl, which totally sounds like something her brother would do. So here she was waiting for him to wake up. She was playing with her leather wristers when she got an idea. She could sew small pockets in them to keep migraine medicine in. When her brother finally woke up, he was feeling so down. He got 0 points in mock battle. Walking home was also slow since he was drained of energy from the healing. A week passed by and her brother spiraled into depression. His performance in the exam, not being able to get in contact with All Might and waiting for the result, was killing him. He would space out or just be down. She had basically shut off their connection because she was getting secondhand depression. She had spent the week reading medical books and watching sitcoms. She didn't know how she did in the exam. She didn't know how many points she got in the mock battle. She was fighting, not counting. The Midoriya twins sit on the sofa in the living room, Izuku with a blank expression as he uses a grip strength trainer and Akari with her sketchpad drawing Steve stepping out of the shadows in Scotland. She remembers feeling hope when she'd seen him then. I know, waiting for the results is terrible, Mom says with a sympathetic smile. I guess. Her brother sighs. No matter what, I just want you both to know I'm proud of you, and I think you're both really cool. Thanks Mama, Akira replied while Izuku gave a lackluster, sure. Mom went downstairs with the neighborhood circular. Akira continues her drawing of her past mentor and friend. And Izuku starts training his arm. When the door bangs open and Mom enters the apartment frantically. Izuku, Akari, letters. They came. Babies, look. You both got a letter each. Their mom crawls into the living room flustered. They're here. Your test results from UA. Booyah. I am here as a projection now. I know it's been a while, but with great power comes a great amount of paperwork. The truth is, I didn't come to this city just to fight villains. You were looking at the newest UA faculty member. You passed the written test, and got 41 combat points in the practical exam. But there were other factors. You see, the practical exam was not graded on combat alone. There is also rescue points. A panel of judges watched, and they award points for heroic acts beyond just fighting villains. It showed that she was awarded 35 rescue points, which gives her 76 points in total. Which brings your total score up to 76, scoring the second highest score. You passed the exam. Welcome Akari, you have made it. You're now a part of the Hero Academia. Opening the door of her room revealed her nervously pacing mom and Izuku opening his door right after her. Mom's gaze keeps jumping from one to the other in suspense until Izuku reveals a smile and Akari smirks and flips her hair over her shoulder. "Oh, my babies," she shouts excited with tears pouring out of her eyes. Leading up to the start of the school year was a little hectic. We needed to get our uniforms, both school and hero uniform, in order along with school supplies. Izuku also needed to register his quirk. And we had to keep up our training. The school uniform was the easiest, it was just ordering it in your size. It was the hero outfit she was worried about. She didn't know if she should use the one she used as an Avenger. The first one she used when she first became one, the one she had when fighting Thanos, or if she should go for the Scarlet Witch regalia, the original, not the one the Darkhold upgraded. So it took her a little while to notice something off with the psychic bond she had with her twin. She couldn't hear her twin's thoughts clearly, almost like someone was pressing on and off the mute button. Like she was getting kicked out of his head only for her to get back in again. She thought that maybe it was because he now had a quirk and that maybe the quirk altered him some. That because of this she would have to re-establish the link to him again. "Miu, I think I need to re-establish our bond. It's been acting funky since you got your quirk," she told him coming into his room. "Funky? How?" her brother asked with a thoughtful look on his face. "Like you upgraded your broadcasting frequency, but I'm still listening to the old hazy one," she tries explaining, walking over to him. "Oh, okay. Well, go ahead then," he says smiling as he sits crossed-legged on the bed. She copies him, lifting her hands up to his temples and letting her powers travel from her fingers into his head. When she opens her eyes, she is in endless darkness. Looking down at herself, she notices that she is just scarlet energy. "You do not belong here," she hears a voice coming from behind her. Turning around, she sees humanoid lights in different color. "You do not belong here," the brilliant white light says in the same voice as before. "I don't belong. I have been here longer than you and your twinkling friends," she tells the white light. God. What even is her life? She is talking to blobs of light in her brother's mind. "Who are you? And why are you messing with the bond between me and my twin?" she demands. "You are Ninth's twin," the white light asks. "Who the hell is Ninth?" Wanda questions, confused. "The user," white light says. "The user, Ninth," she starts counting the lights. "You are one for all and Izuku is the ninth user." "Yes," white answers. "Why are you messing with the bond between me and my brother?" she demands. "We are shades of previous users engraved in one for all. We protect the user," white tells her. Well, can you stop interfering with the bond? My brother has a big hero complex, so he'll run head first into danger and I need to know. So I can have his back and save his ass," she explains. "The sunshine yellow one is totally all might." "You protect Ninth?" white asks. "Of course I do, he is my twin, one half of my soul. My little brother, and all he wants to do is to help people, protect them, so I'll protect him while he protects the world," she says passionately. "Then fix the bond with Ninth, we will not interfere, protector of Ninth," white says. "Like I was asking for your permission, this is my turf. You are guest as long as you don't hurt my brother. The moment you do, you get kicked out of here," she tells the lights as she reaches into the darkness with her powers looking for the bond between her and her twin. What she finds are frayed, battered threads that once used to be a beautiful braid of red, green and gold. The light show really did a number on it. No wonder she could barely hear her twin. Sending her powers to it, she starts to rebuild it. Stronger than it used to be, intertwining the threads of her brother and herself together in an intricate braid so tightly she almost couldn't make out where Izuku ended and she started. Like it is supposed to be, like the bond she had with Pietro in her past life. Something she hadn't done with Izu because he had been so young before, but now that he was older she could make the bond stronger. Once she was done with the bond, she added a shield to protect it from the light show. They will not be able to destroy the bond between her and her brother again. Once done, she came back out of her brother's mind. "Is everything set?" Izu asks, feeling his sister ease out of his mind. "Yup, your quirk messed with the bond but I fixed it." She should probably tell her brother that his new quirk is sentient. "Anyway, I'm going to bed now." She will tell him once he is a little more used to the quirk, one thing at the time, or Izuku's head will blow up. Before they knew it, it was April and the Midoriya were getting ready for school. Akari had just finished putting on her black over-the-knee socks and walked over to the door to put on her black Mary Janes. She was grabbing her red backpack when Mom came over. Her brother hurried over and started putting on his own shoes. Akari, Izuku, are you all set? Inko asked anxiously. Her babies have gotten so big, they were starting high school. Keep it together, Inko. You can cry all you want when they have left, she thinks to herself, trying to not cry. Yeah, the twins replied at the same time. Are you sure? Akari, you have your migraine medication. And Izuku, you didn't just pack action figures, right? Mom asked, making sure they didn't forget anything. Yup, Wanda replied while double-checking to see if she put on the leather cuff she had sewn a pocket for her medication into. I have everything, now we gotta go or we are going to be late. Her twin told Mom, a little irritated. Ah, teenagers and their embarrassment over parental love and care. Izuku, Akari, she stops them. What? The twins replied together, Izuku groaning and Akari confused. I am really proud of you both, babies, she says, holding her tears back and giving them a proud smile. Both twins blushed and smiled back at their mother. We'll see you soon, Izuku tells Mom and walks out the door. Bye mama, love ya, Akari says, blowing her mom a kiss before following her twin. Hi, class 1A, 1A, her brother thinks while we run to get to class on time. There, she points to a door that has 1A on it. Man, this thing is huge. Are there giants here? Her brother says, shocked. There might be, you never know, she answers him nonchalant. There were all kinds of quirks in this world. The most promising students in the country are waiting behind this door. Her brother gasps, thinking of Bakugo and the uptight dude from the exam. Don't worry, Otudo, if anyone is mean to you I'll use them for target practice, she tells him, smirking. Yeah, you do that, he says, distracted until he realizes what she said. No, don't do that, Riri, you gotta be nice to people, he says, nervously waving his arms around. How nice I am depends entirely on the person I'm talking to, darling, she replies and opens the door to the classroom only to see Mr. Uptight scolding Bakugo. Take your feet off of that desk now, Mr. Uptight says to Bakugo. Huh, Bakugo says with a shit-eating smirk. It's the first day and you're already disrespecting this academy by scuffing school property, you certain? Mr. Uptight scolds Bakugo. You're kidding me, right? Your old school put a stick up your ass, or were you born with it? Bakugo mocks. Just my luck, her brother laments in his head. She pats him on the head and walks in and looking for a free seat, the are left. One behind Bakugo and one in front of him and one on the other side of the classroom from Bakugo. Hopefully her brother will take that one. Guess I'll sit in front of him so I won't actually have to see him and some other poor soul can lose their hearing with her. The rest of the class watches hypnotized as a beautiful girl walks in with an amused smile on her glowing sun-kissed face, twinkling evergreen eyes and long dark red hair swaying as she walks. She looks like a fairy tale princess, she hears a girl think. That face, that body, I love this school, a boy thinks. She has that mom's hair, is she his secret love child? Another boy thinks, his thoughts so loud, she isn't a secret love child. Her parents are married, at least she hopes her father doesn't have a love child. She walks over to her brother's nightmare duo. You would threaten me, your own classmate, are you sure you are in the right place? Iida says, shocked. Of course he would, being an asshole is his default setting, Akari says as she gets to her seat, making the class snigger. Ha, why are you here, witch? Bakugo asks, leaning forward on his desk. I am here to make your life a special kind of hell, she tells him, tilting her head and smiling sweetly. It's him, Iida says when he sees her brother, making the whole class turn to her brother and murmur while he speed walks over to her brother. Hi, her brother says in a high-pitched voice. Good morning, my name is Tenya Iida Fro, Iida start. Yeah, I know. I'm Izuku Midoriya, it's super nice to meet you. Her brother cuts him off. Midoriya, you realized that there was something more to the practical exam, didn't you? You must be very perceptive. And I completely misjudged you, I admit. As a student, you're far superior to me, he says, referring to the rescue points her brother had no idea about. Hey, I recognize that messed up hair. Falling boy, The cute girl form the exam says, just arriving to the classroom. Akira watches from her seat as her brother turns beet red and tries to talk to a girl. Oh god, that's embarrassing. She going to have to teach him not to be so twitchy when talking to girls, or I can just let him suffer since I don't count as a girl, she thinks to herself. I am going to ruin that little bastard. Right after I figure out how he got in. She hears Bakugo think, so she flicks a mini energy ball over her shoulder, hitting him between the eyes. Witchy bitch, he growls. Idiot, she deadpans. If you're just here to make friends, then you can pack up your stuff right now, a voice says, making all the students look around for the voice. The voice seems to be coming from a yellow cocoon on the floor. Welcome to UA's hero course. The yellow cocoon stands up. It took 8 seconds before you all shut up. A man says as he comes out of the cocoon, which turned out to be a sleeping bag. That's not gonna work, time is precious. Rational students would understand that. Hello, I'm Shota Aizawa, your teacher. The man in need of serious sleep or coffee in an IV drip introduces himself and shocking the class. Right, let's get to it. Put these on and head outside, he says, pulling out tracksuits from his sleeping bag. The students change into the tracksuits and head out to meet the teacher outside on the field. What, a quirk assessment test, the students say, shocked. But orientation, we're going to miss it. Cute girl sounds disappointed. Meanwhile, Akari is relieved. Crowds are a telepath's worst nightmare. If you really want to make the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies. Aizawa says, here at UA, we're not tattered to traditions. That means I get to run my class however I see fit. You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives. But you never got to use your quirks in physical exams before. The country's still trying to pretend we're all created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. One day, the Ministry of Education will learn. He explains. Bakugo, you managed to get the most points on the entrance exam. What was your furthest distance throw with a soft bag in junior high? Aizawa asks. 67 meters, I think. Bakugo replies. Right, try doing it with your quirk. Aizawa says and throws him a ball. Bakugo goes up to the circle and starts to get ready to throw. Anything goes, just stay in the circle, go on. You're wasting our time, Aizawa tells him. All right, man, you asked for it. Bakugo says. Die, shout as he blasts the ball far away. Oh, whoa, Izuku whispers, shocked, making Akari grab his hand. All of you need to know your maximum capabilities. It's the most rational way of figuring out your potential as a pro hero. Aizawa says, holding up his phone showing us Bakugo's throwing distance. It reads 705.2 meters. Beat that witchy, Bakugo challenges smugly as he walks by. Oh, don't worry Blasty, I will, she tells him, smirking. Whoa, 705 meters, are you kidding me? Blondie says in disbelief. I wanna go, that looks like fun, Pinky yells, excited. This is what I'm talking about, using our quirks as much as we want. Weird Elbows says, pumped. So this looks fun, huh? Aizawa says, catching the student's attention. You have 3 years here to become a hero. You think it's gonna be games and play time? Idiots, today you'll compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last has none, and will be expelled immediately. Their teacher tells them with a smile. Harsh, but understandable, a hero life is not easy, she knows that better than anyone, Wanda thinks to herself, remembering everything she lost, she even lost herself. Like I said, I get to decide how this class runs. Understand? If that's a problem, you can head home right now. He tells them. You can't send one of us home. I mean, we just got here. Even as it wasn't the first day, that isn't fair. Cute girl protested. The world isn't fair, Wanda says, crossing her arms protectively over her chest, trying to protect her heart from the cruelty of the world. That's right, you think natural disasters are. Or power-hungry villains. Or catastrophic accidents that wipe out whole cities. No, the world is full of unfairness. It's a hero job to try to combat that unfairness. If you want to go pro, you're going to have to push yourself to the brink for the next 3 years. UA will throw one terrible hardship after another at you. So go beyond plus ultra style. Show me it's no mistake that you're here. Aizawa challenges the class, reminding her a little of her old captain's inspiring speeches. Now then, we're just wasting time by talking. Let the games begin. The first test is the 50-meter dash. Iida and a green-haired girl go first. Iida speeds over the finish line first while the green-haired girl jumps much like a frog over it. When it's her brother's turn, he is going up against Bakugo. They both take off, Bakugo using his quirk to blast his way to the finish line. While her brother runs, still not used to his quirk and afraid of the backlash. Before she knows it, it's her turn and she is going up against Tokiyami in Dark Shadow. They give each other a nod in greeting before going up to the starting blocks and into runner's position. She waits for the gun to go off, calling her powers. She lets them surge through her. Her eyes glow scarlet while red glowing mist dances around her body. Runners, on your mark, ready. When the gun goes off, she takes off flying across the 50 meters and over the finish line. 4.20 seconds. She hears her score as she lands. Tokiyami is carried across the finish line by Dark Shadows, so lucky. 4.48 seconds. The next test was grip strength. She takes the grip strength measurement device and sits down cross-legged on the floor. Activating her powers, she lifts the device and starts griping it using her telekinesis. She moves her fingers and the number on the device keeps shooting up. Until she gets to 907 point something, a little bit more. She adds more pressure with her telekinesis only to break the device. Too much. Ops. Can I have a new one? The thing broke. She calls out to Mr. Aizawa, making everyone look at her with raised eyebrows. What? It's fragile, she tells them with a sheepish smile, tucking her hair behind her ear. There is no need, it registers a ton before it broke, Mr. Aizawa tells her in a bored voice. A ton. The class yells shocked. Well, that makes sense, she could lift cars with her mind. After the grip test was the standing long jumps. And she was confused about where to land. She can fly for a longer distance than length of the sand pitch. I can fly, where do I land? She looks at Aizawa. You can fly, but can you jump? He deadpans. With that, she jumped and blasted herself forward, ending up across the field. Note to self, work on jumping. Side note, flying is easier. With that though, she makes her way back to the others. I need to work on jumping, she tells Mr. Aizawa when she gets back. Repeated side steps was one she couldn't use her powers on, so she did it normally. Then it was the ball throw. Cute girl got an infinity score, which is amazing. Then it was Wanda's turn. She walked up to the circle with the ball held in her hands before letting her powers take over and holding the ball in the air. Lifting the ball up and sending it further and further away until she can barely see it before pulling her arms apart and sending it even further with a last blast. 3,682 meters, the device reads. Pretty girls should not be that powerful. The little grape boy shouts. Says who? All the girls in class shout back at him in solidarity. It's called girl power, dum dum. Look it up, Akari says as she flips her hair. It smells like sakura blossoms. She hears most of them think like they are a hive mind. Creepy. How did you like my throw explosion, Kun? Akari asks Bakugo with an innocent smile on her face, causing him lets out a demonic screech. Next up is her brother. He hasn't used his new quirk until now because of the backlash. All Might may be the greatest hero in the world, but he is not very good at explaining how to use one for all. You can do this, Otudo. I believe in you. She encourages her brother telepathically. I'm not like you, Riri or All Might. I can't control it. It breaks me every time I use it, he thinks back. Then don't be like me or All Might, be like Izuku Midoriya. Everyone works differently. What works for me or All Might might not work for you. You need to figure out what works for you, she tells him mentally. Her brother walks to circle and prepares to throw the ball with his quirk. She feels his quirk surging through his body only to abruptly stop. What? The ball lands a few meters away. What gives? I was trying to use it just now, he questions out loud, looking at his hands. I erased your quirk. The judges for this exam were not rational enough. Someone like you should never be allowed to enroll at this school. Aizawa says, red-eyed and scarf moving around him. Wait, you did what to my, those goggles. I know you. You can look at someone and cancel out their powers. The erasure hero. Erasure head. Her brother realizes. Eraser. Who's that? Weird elbows ask. Oh, I've heard of him. I think he works on the down low. Frog girl Sueo replies. Akari turns to the wall where she feels All Might's mind, and sees his hulking form trying and failing to hide behind the wall. You need to hide better, she sent to his mind. Young Miss Midoriya, he shouts in his head and jumping in fright. You don't have to think so loud, she tells him, rubbing her temples. Why do they always scream back? I hear them just fine. You're not ready. You don't have control over your power. Were you planning to break your bones again? Counting on someone else to save your useless body? Aizawa asks. No, that's not what I was trying to do. Her brother tries to explain. Aizawa grabs her brother with his scarf and starts speaking to her brother in a low voice before letting him go. I've returned your impractical quirk. Take your final throw. Hurry and get it over with. Aizawa says. I wonder if our teacher gave him some advice. Iida wonders. Probably told him to start packing. Bakugo voices. You were an asshole, she throws into his mind, making it painful on purpose. Ari. He groans and clutches his head in pain. Her brother lines up to throw again, preparing to throw the ball. She feels him activating his quirk, only this time he concentrates the power to his fingertip instead of his whole arm. The ball goes flying through the air. Mr. Aizawa, you see, I'm still standing, her brother says, holding the hand with the broken finger, but still standing. This kid, their teacher mutters, impressed. He threw it over 700 meters. Blondie says, sounding shocked. Nice, he's finally showing us his true power. Cute girl cheers. But his finger appears to be broken now. Just like in the exam. This quirk is very odd. Iida says. It wasn't a very pretty throw. Frenchie pipes in. He's a late bloomer, he hasn't gotten a hang of his quirk yet, Akari explains, covering for her brother. Bakugo starts sparking and growling before running over to her brother. Hey, Deku, you bastard, tell me how you did that, or you're dead. She makes a force field around her brother to protect him from Bakugo. A scarf wraps around Bakugo, holding him in place. Why the hell is your damn scarf so strong? Bakugo struggles to say. Because it's a capture weapon made out of carbon fiber and special metal alloy. Stand down, he tells Bakugo. It'd be wise to avoid making me use my quirk so much. It gives me serious dry eyes, he warns. Which is a shame, his power is amazing, and would have been useful if she ever went dark side again. You're wasting my time now. Whoever's next can step up, our teacher says. You okay? Akira asks as she rushes to check him over. Beside his finger he seems fine. Yeah, I'm fine, Riri, he replies, touching his forehead to hers. Ouch, is your finger okay? Cute girl asks. After all the drama we continued with the physical fitness tests. But feeling her brother's pain, she decided to do something. Miyu, give me your hand, she says, holding hers out. He places his hand in hers without questions. She pulls out bandages from her pocket. Bandages she keeps because her brother always seems to hurt himself. Whopping up his finger and then using her powers to lessen the pain so that he can continue with the test. Oh, wow, Riri, how? Her brother exclaims. Did you heal it? He asks curiously. No, I don't know how to heal yet, but I have suppressed the pain, she tells her brother. During sit-ups she is paired up with Bakugo. Is that all you got, witch? Put your damn core into it, he shouts at her. Stop shouting at me, you explosive piece of shit, she shouts back, the whole class looking at them confused. Your sister and Bakugo don't like each other, huh? Ochako asks Izuku. Well, Kachan hates her less than he hates everyone else. And my sister hasn't killed him yet, so that counts for something, Izuku says, struggling with his sit-ups. Next was seated toe touch, which went well. Her hypermobile joints and years of ballet, yoga and tai chi made her quite flexible. Then came long distance run, which she flew trough. Her poor brother struggles. You are gonna join my jogs from now on. This is just embarrassing, she tells him, helping him up and throwing the arm with uninjured fingers over her shoulder. Stupid Ototo, she says affectionately. All right, time to give you your results. I've ranked you all from best to worst. You should probably have a good idea of your standing already. I'll just pull up the whole list. It's not worth going over each individual score. He explains and pulls up the ranking. She got first place but her twin got 20th. Her brother started to get depressed when Aizawa closed the list holograph, so she holds his hand to comfort him. And I was lying, no one's going home. That was just a rational deception, to make sure you gave it your all in the test. Their teacher says, shocking everyone. I am surprised the rest of you didn't figure that out. I'm sorry, I guess I probably should have said something, Ponytail Girl says. Although she is wrong. He was planning to expel last place, but changed his mind because he sees potential in us. That's it, we're done for the day. Pick up a syllabus in the classroom. Read it over before tomorrow morning. Aizawa tells them, Midoriya, making them both turn to him. The green one, take this and go have the old lady fix you up. Things are gonna be tougher tomorrow when your actual training begins. Make sure you're prepared, he says, handing her brother a permission slip. Mr. Aizawa, can I go with him? I want to ask the nurse somethings, Akari asks, playing with her twin's fingers. Sure, whatever, he mutters, walking away. I managed to make it through the first day. But there was so much I completely failed at. I'm starting out at the bottom. Her brother thinks. The good thing about starting at the bottom is that there is only one way to go, up. She tells him in his mind. I've got a whole lot to learn, if I'm gonna achieve my dream. Her twin thinks back. If I can observe you use your quirk a couple more times, maybe I could help you figure out how to use it without the backlash, she says to him telepathically. Really? He says, exited as they make their way to the nurse's office. Yeah, I was observing it today, and I will go through your memories to see if there is something I can learn from that when we get home, we will figure out your quirk same as we did with mine. You are not alone, Otudo, you never have been. She tells her brother, hugging him tightly while still walking. Izuku looks at his twin gratefully. She always has his back, his surest supporter. He knows she will always be there for him. There is nothing in the world that would or could stop her from being there for him. She may seem mean or intimidating to everyone else, but that is just her way to protect herself. His sister loves too deeply, feels too much, and she thinks that's dangerous for someone with her powers. What happens if I lose them? Or someone takes them from me? I could turn into a villain the likes of which this world has never seen. Better safe than evil, right? She had told him once when he asked her why she refuses to be friends with people in their middle school. But now he could help her. He has a quirk now. He would help keep her loved ones safe, as soon as he figures out how to use said quirk. Oh, did you both get hurt? Recovery Girl asks as soon as she sees them. Only him, Akari says as she points at her brother. I'm here to ask you about healing. Ah, well, you can ask after I heal him, child. Give me some sugar, she says, giving Izuku a kiss on the head, making him red in the face and drained of energy. Now what do you want to know? She asks, turning to Akari. Well, you see, I have a psionic quirk, and my telekinesis can affect and control molecules and particles. I can disintegrate things by pulling the molecules apart. And I was wondering if I could heal by affecting and controlling the molecules, like manipulating the molecules in the body to heal someone. She tries to explain, hoping it made sense. In theory, if your telekinesis interacts with things on a molecular level, you should be able to heal injuries and wounds. It would depend on your strength and power as well as a great degree of precision with your telekinesis, I would think. You could be able to manipulate the body's own regeneration as well as helping and mending the injuries. You would have the potential to affect and control the cells, proteins and hormones, which means you should be able to heal minor injuries as well as big ones, even kill bacteria, parasites and viruses. Maybe even reattach limbs, but all that depends on you and your powers, Recovery Girl says thoughtfully. Could you help me learn to heal people? Akari asks her. She needs to learn to heal. Her powers have been used to kill in her last life. She wants to use them to heal in this one. You want to learn how to heal with your powers? She asks, making sure she heard Akari right. Yes, I have a powerful quirk. If I could use it to heal, then I could heal injured heroes who risk their life to keep the world safe. Akari says, determined. Well, you can come here after school on Thursdays and I'll teach you medical knowledge. Once we have that down, we will move on to figuring out how to heal with your powers. But if you fall behind on your school work, we will stop, Recovery Girl tells her, walking over to a bookshelf. Let's see. There it is. says taking a book from the shelf. Yes, Oki. I promise not to fall behind on my studies. Akira yes doing a happy dance before taking the book recovery girl hold out to her. Start reading this, it's an introduction into the human anatomy. On Thursday I will give you an assessment test to gauge your overall medical knowledge, which I guess is a little haphazard at this point, then we will go from there dearie. Recovery girl says. Come on Izu. She grabs her brother who had been laying on the one of the beds and drags her dead-weight brother with her as she moves to the door. See you on Thursday sensei. She says waking out the door. Geez Izuku you have gotten heavy, she mumbles as she half carries half drags him out of the school. I am so tired. Her brother groans. She thinks for a moment and then pushes some energy into him, letting it move though his body and supplement the energy recovery girl's quirk took out of him. Oh wow. That works better than coffee, her brother says a little too fast, ops. Ehem. Someone clears their throat behind them. Hey there, Iida. The twins say at the same time. How's the broken finger doing? Iida asks. It's doing fine, thanks to recovery girl. Her brother replies holding up his finger and the three of them start walking together. I was a bit concerned by Mr. Aizawa's approach to class. But I trust the school's judgment. UA is the top program. Even so, lying is downright immoral. Iida says thoughtful. He wasn't lying, we just changed his mind, he sees potential in us. She says to Iida. Hey, wait up, you three. Are you going to the station? I'll join you guys. Cute girl calls out while running to catch up to them. Oh, you're the Infinity Girl. Iida says. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Let's see. You're Tenya Iida, you're Akari Midoriya and you're her brother Deku right? Midoriya, Uraraka asks. Deku, her brother exclaims. Yeah, isn't that what Bakugo called you? During the fitness test, he said, Deku, you bastard. Right, she questions. Oh, God, she is adorable. Wanda wants to put her in her pocket and take her home. Well, my name is actually Izuku. Deku's what Kachan calls me to make fun on me. Her brother explains nervously. That's very unsportsmanlike like, Iida says. Oh, I didn't realize that. I'm sorry. But, you know what? I like Deku. It could make a great hero name. Plus, I think it sounds kinda cute, Ochako tells them. Deku it is, her brother says making Akari facepalm. No matter what life she lives, her brothers are idiots when it comes to girls. Just like that, weren't you saying that it was an insult? Iida being confused by Izuku's behavior. Paradigm shift. My whole world is upside down, her brother says out loud. Riri help. Izuku thinks to his twin, hoping she would help him with these uncharted waters. I would but I don't count as a girl, so I'm not gonna, Wanda thinks back satisfied with her level of pettiness. Riri, her twin exclaimed in his mind making Akari giggle. All four started walking to the station, they had survived their first day. Even if her brother kinda failed, at least they were making new friends. The day after the quirk assessment test, we had normal classes in the morning and after lunch it was finally time for hero basic training. I am here, coming through the door like a hero. All Might says making a dramatic entrance. Everyone in class gets so excited that the number one hero is going to teach them how to be heroes. Their thoughts getting louder and louder because of the excitement, making Akari have to fortify her mental shields to keep their thoughts out. Welcome to the most important class at UA High. Think of it as, heroing 101 inches. Here you will learn the basics of being a pro. And what it means to fight in the name of good. Let's get into it. Today's lesson will pull no punches. He says holding a card that has the word battle on it. Fight training. Akari hears Bakugo say excitedly form behind her. Real combat. Her brother says nervously form behind Bakugo. Because he needed to heal his finger yesterday meant Uraraka managed to get the seat that was on the other side of the classroom, so the Midoriya twins were now stuck with Bakugo. But one of the keys of being a hero is looking good, he says as compartments in the wall slides out. These were designed for you based on your quirk registration form and the requests you sent before school started. The entire class cheers. Get yourself suited up, and then meet me at training ground beta. Yes, sir. The class says before grabbing their costume case and heading for the changing rooms. Akari was sitting on her bed with her sketchpad in her lap and sketches in front of her on the bed. She was deep in thought while tapping her pencil on the page when Inko walked into the room with a cup. "Sweetheart, I brought you a cup of tea," she says, placing it on her bedside table. Taking a look at her daughter who looks a little lost in the sketches on the bed. "Are you okay, baby?" "Oh, hi mom, do you need help with something?" Akari asked, noticing her mother's presence for the first time. "No baby, I just came to give you some tea," Inko says, pushing some of her daughter's hair away from her face, making Akari lean into her mother's touch. "Is something bothering you?" "I don't know which of these to pick for my hero costume," Akari says, waving her hand over the sketches on the bed, frustrated. "Or if I should just make a new one." Can I see?" Her mom asks her, even if Akari has no problem with her mom looking at her drawings. Seeing her daughter nod in affirmative, she picks up the sketches and look at each of them and imagining her daughter wearing them. "I like this one, it's feminine without being too vulgar, it would make you look powerful, like those warrior princesses of old. It also kind of reminds me a little bit of my favorite hero growing up," she says, handing the sketch to her daughter. "Your favorite hero?" Wanda asks her mother, having never heard of her mother having one. "Nana Shimura, she was an inspiration to young girls back then. A strong, powerful woman who was a great hero. Her costume was a high collar, sleeveless suit with a half skirt attached to her belt and gloves up to her elbow. She even had a cape," her mother tells her with a nostalgic smile, thinking of her childhood hero. "Well, then I am choosing this," Akira declares, smiling at her mother. "Really? You trust my choice?" her mom questions with bright eyes. "Yeah, you like it and it reminds you of a woman who was a strong, powerful woman who inspired you and others. And besides, if I can't trust the woman who has always had my best interest at heart, then who can I trust?" Akari tells her mom, making her tear up. With her mother's help, Wanda went with the Scarlet Witch regalia. In her past life it meant she was the harbinger of chaos. The Scarlet Witch was meant to rule or destroy, but in this world it could mean whatever she wanted it to mean. It could be the name of a hero. So she would take the name Destiny had given her and she would make it her own. She would, if she could get the stupid thing on. It was easier when she could magic the thing on. After struggling a little, she manages to get it on. She puts on the crown, headpiece, looks in the mirror, fixes a couple of strands and turns to the other girls. "Damn girl, you look like you came to conquer," Ashido says, looking her up and down then winking. "Thank you, Ashido. You look hot," Akira says, reaching over and petting the fur one, her costume, so soft. "Girls, if we all are ready we should head out," Yaoyorozu calls out to them. Heading out, we meet up with the boys and head to the train ground. They say that clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen. And behold, you are the proof. Take this to heart. From now on you are All Might pauses for dramatic effect. Heroes in training. This is getting me all revved up. You look so cool. Now, shall we get started, you bunch newbies? All Might says and turns around, striking a hero pose and looking of in the distance. What took you so long? She turns to her brother, feeling him finally show up wearing the costume made by mom. It looks good, she tells him, giving him a thumbs up. Ah, hey Deku, Uraraka greets, walking up to them. Uraraka, Akari. Izuku yelps as he takes a look at his sister and friend. His sister looks amazing in hers, it's not too reviling, thank God. Uncle Masaru would have a stroke. Even if it is a little on the tight side, but the half skirt covers the tightness of the back. When he gets a look at Uraraka, his brain stops working. She looks amazing. Love your costume. Not too flashy, ya know. Uraraka tells her brother while her poor innocent brother is trying to not have nosebleeds. Akari shakes her head and turns to walk away, only for her to walk into Great Boy. I love this school, he says, drooling all over her skirt. Get off, you creep, she yells, kicking him away. Hey Akari-chan, we match, Hiroshima calls out. She walks over to him while looking him up and down, red hair and red costume. We do. From now on we will be Team Red, she declares dramatically, holding her fist out to him. He bumps his fist with her with a large smile on his face. You need a cape. Damn it, are you trying to freeze to death? Bakugo shouts after seeing her. Now that you are ready, it's time for combat training. All Might declares before she can reply to Bakugo. Sir, Iida says, rocking the whole Robocop getup. This is the fake city form our entrance exam. Does that mean that we'll be conducting urban battles again? Not quite. I'm going to move you 2 steps ahead. Most of the villain fights you see on the news take place outside. However, statistically speaking, run-ins with the most dastardly evildoers take place indoors. Think about it. Backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs. Truly intelligent criminals stay hidden in the shadows. For this training exercise, you'll be split into teams of good and bad guys and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. All Might explains. Isn't this a little advanced? Frog Girl Tuyo asks him. The best training is what you get on the battlefield. But remember, you can't just punch a robot this time. You're dealing with people now. All Might tells them the seriousness of this exercise. Sir, will you be the one deciding who wins? Yaoyorozu asked curiously. How much can we hurt the other team? Bakugo of course needs to know that. Do we need to worry about the losers getting expelled like earlier? Uraraka asks worriedly. Will you be splitting us up based on chance or comparative skill? Iida wonders. Isn't this Cape Trace chic? Frenchie pipes in. I wasn't finished talking. All Might growls and pulls out a little book. Listen up. The situation is this: the villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must try to foil their plans. To do that, the good guys either have to catch the evildoers or recover the weapon. Likewise, the bad guys succeed if they protect their payload or capture the heroes. Time is limited, and we'll choose teams by drawing lots. He explains while holding up a box. Isn't there a better way? Iida asks. Think about it. Pros often have to team up with heroes from other agencies on the spot, so maybe that's the reason we're seeing that here. Her brother explains. Yes, I see. Life is a random series of events. Excuse my rudeness, Iida says, bowing. No sweat, let's draw. All Might says, excited. Akari ends up on Team I with Tail Boy, whose name she learns is Masharao Ojiro, a melee combatant, which works out great since Akari is mainly a long-range fighter. I declare that the first teams to fight will be these guys. All Might says, holding up a D and A. Team A will be the heroes, Team D will be the villains. Everyone else can head to the monitoring room to watch. Team D is Bakugo and Iida, and Team A being her brother and Uraraka. Why is it always Bakugo and her brother? Is the universe trying to say something? She gives her twin's shoulder a squeeze before heading to the monitoring room. As much as she wants to stay with her brother, she knows he needs to face Bakugo and stand up for himself. He needs to face his fears. She can't fight this fight for him. He has to do it himself, and she needs to let him. Standing in the monitoring room and watching her brother and former best friend go up against each other is nerve-wracking. But she believes in her brother. He can do this. And if Bakugo kills him, it will be the start of her villain origin story. All right, let's begin the indoor combat training. Team A and Team D, your time starts now. All Might announces. Pay attention, kids. Think about what you would do. Her brother and Uraraka enters the building using a window, and then starts trying to locate the weapon. They don't make it far before Bakugo attacks them. His sneak attack manages to only damage half of her brother's mask because Izuku was able to evade and save his teammate. He almost got the jump on them. Grape Boy points out. Sneak attack, Bakugo. What kind of man pulls cheap crap like that? Hiroshima says disapprovingly. It's a viable strategy. He's playing the part, acting like a true villain would. All Might tells them. It didn't work, Midoriya dodged him. Ashido says, excited. Look, there he goes. Blondie says, pointing at the screen. Bakugo attacks again, but Izu catches his swing. Izuku's shoulder tosses a surprised Bakugo into the ground. Yes, beat him up, Otudo. Akari yells, excited, raising her fists in the air and cheering on her twin. Wait, that's your brother. You are siblings? Blondie asks, confused. Yeah, he's my twin, she replies, wondering why they are so confused. You don't look alike, Frog Girl Tshui says. She really need to learn their names. I thought he was your boyfriend. Ashido says, confused, making Akari scrunch up her nose in disgust. We are twins but not identical twins, so we don't look alike, but we have the same green eyes and the same skin tone, but instead of symmetrical freckles I have haphazard beauty marks. She explains while shrugging and continues watching her twin fight. Huh, the class sounds. Hey, who's Bakugo talking to? I'm not hearing anything, can we get any sound with this video? Kirishima asks All Might. He's got a radio in his ear so he can talk to his partner. I gave it to him before the match started. Along with a map of the building and also this, a roll of capture tape. Wrapping this around your opponent means you've apprehended them, and they're out for the rest of the game. All Might explains. So, there's a 15-minute time limit, and the good guys have no idea what floor the nuclear weapon is hidden on, right? Ashido asks trying to clarify. Correct, All Might replies. Then the heroes are clearly at a disadvantage her. A big one, Mina says. Real pros have to outwit villains on a daily basis. That's life, even when the odds aren't in our favor, we fight. All Might tells them, all together. Let's hear a plus ultra. All Might and all the students shout and raise their fist in the air. Monsieur, he's on the move, Frenchie tells All Might. Bakugo goes for a flying kick to her brother's head, but her brother counters. And tries to wrap the capture tape around Bakugo's leg, but he notices and attacks again. Her brother dodges, before running away and hiding. Ochako has finally reached the hidden weapon that Iida is guarding. She sneaks closer to the weapon, but for some reason ends up laughing and revealing herself. Bakugo finally catches up to Izuku. They exchange some words before Bakugo pulls back a piece on his gauntlet revealing a pin. Young Bakugo, don't do it, you'll kill him, All Might says to Bakugo with the radio. Bakugo ignores All Might and pulls out the pin anyway, unleashing a giant explosion that blasts through the far wall of the building. Everyone feels the aftershock as the whole building shakes in the aftermath. Come in Midoriya. All Might tries to contact her brother. He is alive, she can feel it. But because of the match she had shut down most of the bond. Your eyes are glowing red. The boy with the ice quirk tells her. Why is there red glowing mist in here? The ear-jack girl asks confused. Sorry. Akari pulls her powers back under her control. The class seemed to not mind her loss of control since her brother just got brutally attacked. Ochako tries to go for the weapon but Iida speeds to it and moves it. Sir, isn't this getting out of hand? That Bakugo is acting real crazy. He's gonna kill him, Kirishima says concerned. Not so, All Might answers. Bakugo used that stored up power again and I'll stop this fight. Your team will lose. To employ such a strong attack indoors is inviting the destruction of the stronghold you should be protecting. That's a poor strategy, whether you're a hero or a villain. The penalty would be a massive loss of points. He scolds Bakugo over the radio. Akari is now meditating so that she doesn't go over and stop the fight. If her brother is going to become a hero, she can't always save him and protect him. Besides, he needs to stand up to his childhood bully. Bakugo attacks again, and when her brother tries to counter the attack, Bakugo moves midair and attacks his back. What was that move? Kirishima asks astonished. He doesn't come off as a guy with a strategy, but he's actually quite intelligent. Ice Guy observes. What are you talking about? Kirishima questions curiously. He changed his trajectory while in midair using his blast that doubled as a smokescreen. Very clever. Ice Baby tells them. A feint attack like that requires an extreme amount of precision. He had to calculate the physics and demonstrate control over his quirk. Yaoyorozu explains. Bakugo is uber talented. I hate it, Blondie declares, sounding done with life. Hate it all you want, doesn't change the fact that Bakugo is a genius. Too bad he is a soon-to-be dead genius. Akira mentions with red glowing eyes as she tilts her head to the side, making everyone except Ice Guy move a step away from her. Bakugo comes back swinging his right hook, hitting her brother's arm, then grabbing it he propels himself around and slams Izuku to the ground, making her flinch in sympathy for her twin. Her brother gets up and starts running away from Bakugo, trying to create some space between them. They both rush each other once more, but instead of punching Bakugo he aims up using his quirk. He blows a hole through the ceiling, giving Ochako enough debris to use on the floor above. She uses her quirk to float the debris and sends them flying at Iida, then uses the distraction to grab the weapon. The hero team wins, All Might declares. What a weird way for this to end. The losers are practically untouched. And the winners are both on the ground, Blondie utters in disbelief. How does the old saying go? They might have lost the battle, but they won the war. Tokiyami says sagely. This class is intense, Asui remarks. Yes, it is. We are training to be heroes. It was never going to be rainbows and sunshine. The life we have chosen is not an easy one. So the path to become a hero was never going to be an easy one either. Akari voices her thoughts to the class. Better they get it now than it hitting them on graduation. After All Might declares the winners of the exercise, her brother is taken to the nurse's station while Bakugo seems to be having an early life crisis. They come back to the monitor room. Well, despite the result, the MVP of this exercise is young Iida. All Might declares to the class, confusing most of them. Shouldn't it be one of the heroes instead, since they're the winners? Suyu questions. Valid question. Why didn't I choose one of those two? Who has a guess? All Might asks the class. Because Iida didn't forget the mission, he protected the weapon while adapting to the situation he prepared for his opponents. Know thy enemies and all that. Bakugo went on a revenge trip. Izuku made it personal and Ochako messed up when she reviled herself to the enemy and also decided to rain debris on a nuclear weapon which, if this wasn't an exercise, would have destroyed the area and killed everyone. The hero team won because this was fake. Had it been real, they and everyone would have lost their life, Wanda says, remembering Largo's. I wouldn't have said it like that, All Might says, looking a little uncomfortable along with most the class. I agree with Akari, but would like to add that Bakugo shouldn't have launched a large-scale attack indoor like you pointed out earlier. Similarly, Midoriya's plan was also poorly thought out considering the amount of damage that he received. He rendered himself helpless. Not smart, Yaoyorozu added, making Akari nod in agreement. God. She loves intelligent women. Yes, well, you both overlooked a few things. Young Iida could have relaxed a little bit in the exercise, but, otherwise, you both nailed it. All Might says, giving them a thumbs up. One should always start with the basics and devote themselves wholeheartedly to learning. That's the only real way to become a top hero. Yaoyorozu expresses to the class. And she is right, but you should also know how to think on the spot and adapt. Plans have a tendency to go out the window in real fights. Now then, time to blow this joint. Let's move on to the next match. Think about everything we saw and discussed as you tackle this training for yourself. All Might tells them. Yes, sir. Match 2. Team B will be our hero and Team I will be the villains. All Might announces after picking the lots. She and Ojiro make their way to the payload 1, the 4th floor. Ojiro, I have a plan, she tells her partner. And they start to discuss the plan together, ironing out the details. After the plan had been made, Akari sat down to meditate. Activating her quirk, she levitates while meditating. Look alive, kids. Show us you're the embodiment of good. Or evil, let's go. All Might says and the buzzer blares. The hero team enters the building. Shoji uses his quirk to discover Team I's location. One's in the hall on the north side of the 4th floor. And I think the other's on the same level somewhere. I can't pinpoint where. I bet it's the girl. She's probably levitating. Shoji tells Todoroki. For your own safety, go outside. I'm sure our opponents intend to fight a defensive battle. But we've already won. Todoroki instructs his teammate as he freezes the entire building. Ojiro and Akari are frozen, stuck to the ground. This quirk is insane, Ojiro says. Very powerful. Akari agrees, her eyes glowing scarlet as they have been since the exercise started. They hear footsteps crunching the ice approach and Todoroki steps through the frozen door. Pry yourself up if you want. But it might be hard to fight me barefoot on the ice, he says as he walks toward the weapon. He places a hand on the weapon only for it to disappear in a flash of scarlet along with all the ice in the room. Ojiro, I have a plan, she tells her partner. I can manipulate people's perception, make them hallucinate, see what I want them to. So how about we lure them into a false sense of security, and then attack them? It's a good idea, but how? Ojiro asks. I was thinking of spreading my powers inside the building. The moment they walk in, I can manipulate the hero's mind. Then see what they plan to do so we know and can adapt accordingly. She tells him. Okay, what you need to do then? Ojiro asks. Akari sits down and loosens the grip on her quirk, levitating while meditating. Scarlet glowing tendrils rise up from her body, spreading over every inch of the room before spreading to the inside of the entire building, creating a map in her head. She focuses on every door and window of the building, not knowing which way the hero team would come in from. In the end, they come in through the front door. She enters their minds the moment they step through the doorway, making their eyes flash scarlet, and waits to see how they plan to attack. One's in the hall on the north side of the 4th floor. And I think the other's on the same level somewhere. I can't pinpoint where. I bet it's the girl. She's probably levitating. Shoji tell Todoroki. For your own safety, go outside. I'm sure our opponents intend to fight a defensive battle. But we've already won. Todoroki instructs his teammate, as he freezes the entire building. Akari shields the room they are in, not letting the ice inside. Todoroki froze the whole building, and sent Shoji out. He is coming alone. How good is your acting? She tells Ojiro, moving the weapon to the left corner by the door. Not sure, depends on what I have to do, I guess. He shrugs. Just pretend to be frozen to the ground. She says, making a weapon shape with her powers where the weapon was. More so that Ojiro knows what's happening than anything else. Ojiro and Akari pretend to be frozen, stuck to the ground. This quirk is insane, Ojiro says, feeling the cold from the ice in the building. Very powerful, Akari agrees. They hear footsteps crunching on the ice approach, and Todoroki with scarlet glowing eyes steps through the door. Pry yourself up if you want. But it might be hard to fight me barefoot on the ice, he says as he walks toward what he believes is the weapon. He places a hand on the fake weapon only for it to disappear in a flash of scarlet along with all the ice in the room. What? He says, confused, looking around the room, the scarlet hue in his eyes disappearing. You heroes, always so arrogant, but you entered my world now, and here I reign supreme. Akari purrs dramatically like a villain, before she blasts him through the window. I'll take care of Snowflake, you watch out for Octa Arms, she tells Ojiro before flying after Snowflake. She sees that he created an ice slide to make it safely to the ground and is just getting up. Akari throws an energy ball at him, sending him flying down the street. Todoroki shakes of his daze, gets up and makes a giant spike of ice raise up towards her. She releases a wave of scarlet energy to destroy the spike. Todoroki freezes the whole street so she can't land, forcing her to stay in the air. Frost has started to appear on his arm. She tilts her head to the side and starts throwing energy bolts at him, one after another, but he either dodges or makes shield of ice. He sends a dozen ice shards her way. She blasts what she can, but some of shards manages to slice through her skirt. Wanda drops out of the air, landing with a wave of energy to destroy the ice on the ground. Grabbing him with her powers, she lifts him up in the air and rips the part of his costume that covers his face and head off, payback for her skirt. Honestly, darling, it's such a handsome face. Why would you hide it? She says, smirking, really enjoying being a pretend villain, and fighting someone who is almost better than Explosion-kun. You're more powerful than I thought, and also very good at pretending to be a villain, he claims, trying to get out of her powers hold. Your mistake was underestimating your enemy. Struggle all you want, you won't get free. You're mine now, and you would make a lovely minion, she tells him, smirking, which causes smoke to rise from the scar on his face, confusing her. The hero team wins. All Might announces. It seems I got distracted by the pretty hero, Akari says, batting her eyelashes and placing red-faced Todoroki on the ground. He starts melting the ice on the ground before moving on to do the same to the building. Fire and ice in perfect harmony? Or at constant war in one body? Making their way back to the monitor room. Ojiro has a couple of bruises, the same with Shoji. Guess they had a fight while she was battling Todoroki. Moving on. Time to gather round for a review of the second match. After that we'll jet on over to our next battle. Everyone gathered around All Might. They were giving Todoroki and her half-awe, half-wary glances. They didn't go that far. No one got seriously hurt. Great job on the training exercise to all four. The MVP of this match is young Miss Midoriya. All Might declared, patting her on the back, causing her to almost fall over, before being righted by the sheepish-looking man. Why? I got distracted while fighting Snowflake, Akari exclaims, confused. The class sniggers at the nickname while Todoroki tilts his head like a confused puppy. It's because you lured the hero team to separate, and their most powerful team member into walking straight into a trap before taking him away from the payload, and also evened out the playing field by matching long-ranged fighter against long-ranged fighter, and the same with the melee fighters. But also showing how indoor battle can quickly escalate to outdoor urban battle, therefore putting citizens at risk. Todoroki made the mistake of underestimating his opponent and dismissing Shoji after he got the knowledge he wanted, which later was reviled to be applauded by the villains. Shoji didn't question Todoroki even though it was a team exercise and just went along with it, and had to run back in to complete the mission when Todoroki went out the window. Ojiro got distracted watching Midoriya and Todoroki fight and almost got surprised by Shoji coming to retrieve the payload. "Am I right, sir?" Yaoyorozu explains while most of the class stared at her in awe. She really is intelligent. "Ah, yes. Just so young, Yaoyorozu. How perspective you are for one so young. Keep it up, young lady." All Might tells her proudly, making her blush a little at the praise. Even though this is an indoor training exercise, evildoers never play by the rules. Young Miss Midoriya took the initiative to move the battle outside and on her terms, keeping out of young Todoroki's icy reach. And also taught a useful lesson: never underestimate your opponent. With that said, moving on to the next battle. All Might moments excitedly striking a hero pose with one fist on his hip and the other raised in the air. He is such a poser, Wanda thinks to herself. Once all the exercises were concluded, everyone gathered outside the urban training ground. "That's a wrap, super work. You really stepped up to the plate, and we didn't have any major injuries, except for young Mr. Midoriya. You should be proud. Excellent first day of training, all around." All Might states, giving them a thumbs up. "It's nice to hear some encouraging words after our homeroom class. Mr. Aizawa was kind of a buzzkill." Asui says, making most of the class nods along with her at the thought of their homeroom teacher. "I am happy to bring such staggering positivity to my alma mater." All Might says, speeding his arms wide in excitement. "That's all for now, folks. I should go and check on young Midoriya's progress. Now watch how Pro exits. Like he's got somewhere to be." With that said, he jetties of. "Oki, you guys, that is a hero," Kaminari exclaims excitedly. "Ah, I'll never be able to rune that fast," Ojiro mutters dejectedly. "We should all go change and get to our next class," Idea declares, chopping his arm. "No. The girls look so hot. Why do they have to change?" Grab Boy cries. Looking around to make sure there were no teachers around, Wanda picked him up with her powers and slammed him into the ground. "Keep being a perv and I'll make all your nightmares come to life," she says, eyes glowing red and head tilted. "Ah." Grape Boy scrams, turning and walking to the locker rooms to change. She doesn't notice the girls looking at her proudly or some of the boys looking at her in awe, while Bakugo almost looks proud of his former childhood friend. "I should not condemn such violent behavior, but you were out of line. It is our duty as future heroes to respect people. Even if you find a female classmate aesthetically pleasing, you should still respect them as people. Our female classmates have made it into the hero course. That means they are strong, intelligent ladies." Iida speaks up, gaining approval of the girls. In the locker room, Akari struggles to get out of her costume. She doesn't know how long she struggles before the rest of the girls join. "Am I the only one who noticed that the support companies made all the female costumes skin tight?" the girl with the ear jacks says. "Oh no, they definitely did. Have you noticed that every female hero has either skin tight and or revealing costumes?" Akari replies. "Yes, I asked for it to be sleeveless and easy access to skin because of my quirk, but this cleavage is ridiculous. My design had a zipper in case I needed more skin for creating." "Not this," Yaoyorozu explains, waving her hand in front of said cleavage. "I mean, don't get me wrong, you look crazy hot. But it's just that we get objectified, and Grape Boy gets to wear a diaper as his hero costume. How is that fair?" Akari remarks, still trying to get out of her suit. "Her, let me help," Ashido says, coming over and getting the buckles and zipper in the back. "This costume is so cool." "Thanks, it might look cool but it's difficult to get into and get out of," she says with a laugh. "You're also very powerful. I took the recommendation exam with Todoroki and he was extremely powerful, but you went up against him like it was a fun game instead of an intense battle," Yaoyorozu mentions with a thoughtful look on her beautiful face. "I guess that's what happens when you spend your childhood going up against Bakugo," she says, shrugging. she couldn't really tell them she spent her past life fighting more powerful opponents. Wait, you have known Bakugo since you were children? Earjack girl, Jiro according to her locker asks shocked. Yeah, his mom is my godmother. Akira says thinking about her auntie, it's been a while since they have had a day together. Maybe mom and auntie would want to go to a spa this weekend, she deserves a little pampering after this week. Has he always been so? Uraraka cuts herself up and makes a growly face and her hands clawed. Pretty sure he came out of the womb like that. Auntie used to call him her little monster. Akari giggles thinking of how Bakugo's image will be at Ua, she still does sometimes. They all continue to talk while changing, getting to know each other. Akari finally learning their names, her guesses had been a little but close enough. Once she was done changing she headed to homeroom. She was busy opening the bond to her brother and checking on him, so she was surprised when a hand grabbed her arm and pulled her to an empty classroom. She righted herself and looked up finding Todoroki. At least, buy me dinner first. She jokes. I can buy you dinner after. You were in my mind, he says with no expression on his face. Yes, I was. She replies honestly. What did you see? He asks still no expression. What you were planning to do in the exercise, some cat video you were thinking about while walking up to the 4th floor and you craving cold soba. She tells him honestly. Was that all? He questions still ice-faced. Yes, I didn't go rooting around in your head, I didn't really want to be in your head to start with. Not that I need to be in there, your thoughts are so loud I can hear them 2 miles away without even trying. She explains, I don't really try to read people's thoughts often, but some thoughts are louder than others and I have to make a conscious effort to keep them out. She explains to him, hoping he understands that she didn't invade his privacy, more than just what she needed for the exercise. My thoughts are loud, he asks tilting his head and a little crease appears between his eyebrows, finally an expression. Extremely. Your mind I constantly screaming, and you are always angry or depressed, you should go to therapy or meditate or try Tai Chi, eat some chocolate or ice cream or something, she suggests to him. You are not in a good mindset and you give me headaches so I'm going to leave you with all of that. Explains waving her hand over his form and walking backwards and out the door. Leaving Todoroki with his loud thoughts she started walking to the classroom, she met up with Jiro on the way and they started talking about music, because this universe is further in the future than her past universe, her music tastes are a little old, but Jiro seems to appreciate that someone knows, the classics, as she calls them. Whoa-ho, the Red Queen is here. Hiroshima says excitedly as they step into the classroom. Hey Red Knight, she replies smiling. Knights, heroes of old, how manly, the adorable boy says proudly holding his fist over his heart. You were awesome in the battle training today, he claims with an adorable smile on his face and radiating sincerity. Yeah, the battle with you and Todoroki was amazing. You both are insanely powerful, Shiro mentions just as Todoroki make his way into the room. Yeah, bro, you are so manly, Hiroshima says excitedly, like a golden retriever puppy. Todoroki ignores him and walks over to his seat. Hiroshima doesn't let it dampen his mood, just accepts that he didn't want to talk and continues talking excitedly with those that do want to talk to him. Akari walks over to her seat and pulls out her sketchbook and starts drawing Kirishima in full excitement, eyes lit up with genuine joy and a smile that should look frightening because of the sharp teeth, but looks so warm and inviting. One day when he is a great hero she will look at this drawing and remember this joyful boy and be proud that she got to witness him grow. The rest of the day passes slowly with her being worried about her brother, she keeps checking on him trough their bond. He was unconscious every time she checked so she brought her attention back to class. After the last of the afternoon classes were over, Bakugo grabbed his bag and started to leave. Yo, bro, stay and get to know the rest of the class. Hiroshima says, a hand on Bakugo's shoulder. Yeah, we are going to be classmates for the next 3 years so we should get along. Ashido says, throwing her arms up in the air. Don't waste my time extras. Bakugo growls, shrugging of Kirishima's hand and walking away. Akari packs her stuff slowly, she felt her brother wake up so she guesses he will make his way up soon. I misses all my afternoon classes. Mr. Aizawa's probably gonna choke me with his scarf. She hears her brother's thoughts coming closer, she walks over to his seat and starts packing up his stuff. Form what she gathered form his thoughts he has a cast on one arm and bandages on the other. Hey it's Midoriya, good to see ya back, super. Hiroshima and the rest walk over to her brother, man, I don't know what you were saying during that match. But you were all fired up, he says fired up himself. I can't believe you held your own against Bakugo. He's super strong, Zero states. You did a great job dodging, Ashido praises. They continue to paise and compliment her brother, who looks shocked at people actually talking to him instead of mocking him. High school will he good for him, he won't be the outcast here, Wanda thinks to herself with a content smile on her face. Iida starts scolding Tokiyami for sitting on the desk and then starts muttering about the disrespecting the desks and the upper classmates that came before them. We tried to stop him but he wouldn't listen. You just missed him, Uraraka tells her brother, who takes of running. Stupid Ototo. Akari groans picking up her brother's stupidly heavy backpack. God. If I didn't know any better I would think he's in love with Dynamite Boy, she grumbles to herself as she walks after her brother. See you tomorrow lovelies, she yells over her shoulder to the rest of the class. Am I the only one that finds her intimidating? She hears Kaminari say before she is out of earshot. Oh, crap, what am I saying? I only meant to tell him that I wasn't tricking him. Akari stops dead in her tracks when she hears her brother's panicked thoughts. You were such an idiot. Izuku, it was supposed to be a secret. You went and told your nemesis. Dumbass. Akari sends to her brother telepathically and picks up her speed to get to her brother before the blabbermouth spills more. I didn't mean to, her brother thinks sounding like the lost puppy he is. Enjoy that win, Deku. You won't get another, I'm just getting started, got that, I'm gonna end up the #1 hero, no matter what. Bakugo shouts with tears in his eyes and walks away. Out of nowhere All Might shows up and stops him. All Might says something to Bakugo but Akari is too far away to hear what they are saying. Bakugo doesn't seem to listen to All Might before he takes of. Midoriya, what were you saying to Bakugo before I arrived so heroically? All Might asked her brother curiously. What were you saying to him, brother dear? Akari remarks coming up to them. Oh, nothing special, her brother tries to deflect. I'm so curious. Why don't you tell me all the juicy details? All Might insists leaning in closer. Actually, I kinda forgot. Izu says trying to play dumb. Who's a lying liar who lies? Akari says tapping her finger to her chin. I'm a lying liar who lies, Izu replies dejectedly looking at the ground. I told Kachan that I was given this quirk. He mumbles. Wait, you told Bakugo, what? All Might asks just to be sure he heard him right. I am so sorry, I didn't even tell my mom about any of this, but for some reason, I felt like I had to explain it to him. Like it was only fair he knew. Her twin explains his reasoning for blurting out big secret #1. It's because deep down you still think of him as your best friend. I struggle with it too, sometimes I find myself forgetting the horrible thing he has done. Nostalgia, sentiments whatever you wanna call it, he was our first friend and we did grow up with him. She tells her brother. Don't look so sad, he didn't take you seriously, so I don't think he'll say anything. This time I'll let things slide. Just make sure this doesn't happen again. You need to think carefully about the responsibility that comes with this power. If word got out that One for All could be passed on, villains across the globe would come for you, trying to take it. You must keep this secret to ensure your own well-being, true. But also for the safety of the world, he gently explains the seriousness of the situation to her twin. If anyone found out, they would go after everyone close to you, to use them against you. To get you to give it up. I could probably defend myself but Mom can't, the less people that know the safer it is. She expresses worriedly. If anything happened to their mom, she didn't know what she would do, she would probably go Rouge and hunt down everyone involved. Maybe she would go full Darkhold Scarlet Witch on them. It's times like this she still wished she had magic, then she could put up protective runes in their home and also on their mother. Come on Ototo, let's go home, you need rest and I am craving mochi ice cream. Wanda tells Izuku, and I'm going to Auntie later, so you are on your own, try not to get dead. She continues as she starts walking carrying both of their backpacks. I am not going to die just because you're not with me, he replies and starts to follow his twin. You say that, but every time I leave you, you come back broken. She states, how are we going to figure out how to use your quirk if you are always out of commission, She questions her dumber half. I'm sure we could still test it out even if I am like this, he mutters sheepishly looking like a lost mummified puppy. Baka, Akari shouts chopping him on the head. Ah, Izuku screams and tries to evade his mean sister. All Might watches the twins walk off with a smile on his face, knowing his successor has someone to watch his back. He knows Izuku's sister is capable of helping him. But where Izuku is optimistic, his sister is jaded. Izuku is the sun shining brightly and his sister is the moon, luminous yes, but surrounded by darkness. Maybe it's true what they say about twins being the embodiment of yin and yang. It's clear to him that Akari Midoriya needs help to see that the world is not just cruel but beautiful too. She needs to see and experience the good in the world. Or history might repeat itself, but All Might had faith in the Midoriya twins. They would not end up like the last set of twins in One for All's history. Her brother had to leave for school earlier than normal so he could go to the nurse's office and get healed. It was a process that depended on how much stamina her brother had, and even with her supplementing the energy he lost, Recovery Girl didn't want Akari to do it too much before she had some medical grasp. During the time he was out of commission physically, Wanda went through his memories of the times he used his quirk. Getting a first-hand feel of the quirk, how her brother felt using it, what it did and how it did it. She notices that he focused the full power of the quirk on one section of the body at a time. That also seems to be the problem. All Might told him to lower the wattage and her brother took that as focusing the full power to different smaller parts of his body. He should be sending less power instead of the full power. Wanda continued to go over her brother's memories when she had the time. She would look at it from different angles, comparing them with what she had felt when he used it in the assessment test. She would still have to have him activate his quirk while she used hers to feel and assess it at the same time. From what she got so far, she thinks she can stop the backlash before it gets to that point. But that would have to wait until her brother was fully healed. Luckily today was his last day getting healed, but it was also Wednesday, which means she has healing classes with Recovery Girl tomorrow, so Friday will be the official start of quirk experimentation. Power 101, Powers for Dummies, PFD. Excuse me, are you in All Might's class? A woman interrupts her thoughts by shoving a microphone in her face. How rude, she says, dramatically sounding offended. I don't even go here. Pushing the woman aside, she continues to walk through the gate and into the school. When she gets to her class, she goes around placing the matcha white chocolate chip cookies she and Auntie made yesterday on every desk. She made extra just for the class as a thank you for not being D-bags to my brother. Oh, we are getting cookies, Kaminari says, excited like a little child, his electric eyes almost glowing. They are matcha flavored. I love matcha, Ashido, a fellow matcha lover, exclaims. She'll have to introduce her to her go-to cafe. Their matcha products are to die for. Not that we are complaining. But why are we getting cookies? Yaoyorozu asks as Akari handed her the cookies wrapped in transparent plastic and a red ribbon tying it closed. I made too many with my auntie yesterday and thought why not share with the class instead of letting them sit and go stale. She replies, smiling at the preppy but genuine girl. Thank you. This will be a nice dessert after lunch, Yaoyorozu declares with a pretty smile on her face and puts her cookies in her bag. She places the cookies on Todoroki's desk and tries to keep his loud thoughts out. But his thoughts get through her shield anyway. I can't remember the last time I had cookies, and although his face is expressionless, his thought revealed the sorrow and anger at not remembering the last time he had a cookie. But also a childish excitement over his first cookie in who knows how long. Wanda continues handing out cookies as she tries to blink away the tears in her eyes. The poor boy can't remember the last time he had a fucking cookie, and the emotions connected to his thoughts. She'll have to remember make extra cookies and give to the class more often. Not having cookies should be a crime, Akari thinks to herself, making her way to the front of the class, placing a bag of cookies on Mr. Aizawa's desk before going to her desk. These cookies are delicious, Red Queen, Hiroshima comments, munching on a cookie. Why thank you, Red Knight, she replies, doing a dramatic sitting bow. Kiri is right, it's like a piece of heaven. Ashido says with a blissed-out look on her face. I'll remember to bring you some next time I make them. Akari tells her, winking, making the pink girl's smile turn bigger and vibrate in her seat. The class falls silent the moment Mr. Aizawa steps through the door. Everyone paying attention to the strict man. Decent work on yesterday's combat training, you guys. I saw the video feeds and went over each of your team's result. Bakugo, you're talented, so don't sulk like a child about your loss, Oki. He tells them, sounding strict yet so done with life. Yeah, whatever, Bakugo scoffs. She turns her head and looks at him, remembering their conversation yesterday. She had just finished packing up all the cookies and was cleaning up after her, when Bakugo walked in and stood behind her. Why didn't you tell me Deku had a quirk or that you were telepathic? He whispered in a rough voice. My brother is a late bloomer. She tells him, turning around. And when were we supposed to tell you? Huh? It's been the Katsuki show since you got your quirk. Katsuki, Bakugo is the star and everyone else the extras, she mocks him, getting irritated. We were best friends until you decided I wasn't worth it, he responds, upset. We were best friends until you decided to bully my twin brother, she corrects him. And we are nothing since you told him to kill himself, she tells him, getting angry, remembering what he had said to her other half. You always take that bastard side, and you both have been making fun of me behind my back all these years. He yells angrily, pacing back and forth like a caged animal. No, we haven't, we aren't you, we don't need to push others down to feel better about ourselves. The world doesn't revolve around you, Cat. Get over yourself. She yells back, crossing her arms and her eyes flashing red. So why didn't you tell me you could read minds? He shouts, anguished. Because by the time I figured out I could, you had started bullying Izuku and I didn't think I could trust you anymore, she tells him as honestly as she can without mentioning her past life. It always comes back to Deku, he says as his hands spark in mini explosions. Of course it does, he is my twin cat, half of my soul walking outside of my body, a half you told to commit suicide. My joy, my hope, my light, and you wanted it dead, she tells him softly, tries to convey what Izuku meant to her. You are not half a person, Ari. He replies, still not understanding. No, I'm not half a person, Cat. I'm half a soul. Izuku and I share a profound bond as twins. We came into this world together, two halves of a whole. To live in a world without him would be worse than death. To constantly feel the soul deep pain of where my other half should be but isn't. To reach out to the other part of myself only to find nothing. To look to my side hoping to see the one who walked with me in life only to see empty space, it would be too anguishing. I wouldn't survive that, I would be a shell, only pain, sorrow and rage. She explains with a haunted look on her face, remembering what it was like to live without Pietro. She hopes and prays to every god in existence that she never has to go through that again. Ari, Cat tries, the fight having left him, what can he say to that? He can't find the words. The look on her face is something he never wants to see again. Akari Midoriya is supposed to be like her powers, red. Strong, powerful, passionate and regal. She is not supposed to look so small and fragile, like she is about to fall apart. He gathers her in his arms, hoping he can hold her together. Deku is too stubborn a bastard to die, and you would probably fight the Shinigami if he came for Deku. So pull your shit together, witch. And boy Midoriya, I see the only way you won the match was by messing up your arm again. Mr. Aizawa's voice brings her back to the present. Work harder. And don't give me the excuse that you don't have control over your quirk, that line's already getting old. You can't keep breaking your body while training here. But your quirk will be really useful if you can get a handle on it. So show a little urgency, huh? He tells her brother, making him perk up. Right. Let's get down to business. Our first task will decide your future. Mr. Aizawa says, opening the bag of cookies and smelling it before taking a bite. Is it another quirk test? She hears the whole class thinking at the same time, like they have a freaking hive mind. So creepy. You need to pick a class representative. Aizawa tells them, munching on a cookie, making the whole class give a relived sigh before the class becomes a chaotic mess of pick-me's. Silence. Everyone, please. The class representative's duty is to lead others. That's not something just anyone can do. You must first have the trust of every student in the classroom. Therefore, the most logical way to fill this position is democratically. We will hold an election to choose our leader. Iida suggests, even though his arm is raised and he clearly wants to be the class rep. After a little back and forth, it's decided that everyone will place a vote, and whoever has the most will be the chosen one. Iida collects and writes them up on the blackboard. Her brother got 3 votes. Yaoyorozu got 2. She got 2 as well even when she voted for Iida, who only had 1. Oki, you idiots, who voted for him? Bakugo shouts, not liking the fact that her brother got 3 votes. What, did you honestly think anyone was gonna vote for you? Shiro says mockingly. A better question is who the hell voted for me? Who here hates me so much they would try to shove responsibilities on me? Akari asks, disgusted, looking around the classroom, seeing Kirishima and Ishido trying to look away, acting nonchalant. Betrayed by my red knight and a fellow matcha lover, she says, pointing at the two. Judas be thy name. Betrayal be thy crime. She finishes, dramatically clutching at her heart, making the ones that heard her laugh. 1 vote. That is better than I expected. I feared I might end up with 0 votes. But I can't argue with the system I chose. Iida mutters to himself, strangely flattered by the 1 vote he got. Wait, you thought you would get 0? Did you vote for someone else? Yaoyorozu asked Iida. All right, boy Midoriya is the class representative, and since girl Midoriya and Yaoyorozu are tied, you have to decide which one gets to be deputy. Aizawa points out, waking from his nap. I don't want to be deputy. Yaoyorozu can have it, Akari claims. She did not want to deal with all of that, and by that she means the class. She has enough on her plate learning to heal and keeping her brother from being Humpty Dumpty. Then our deputy is Yaoyorozu. Aizawa deadpans. Akari watches in amusement while her brother stands in front of the class, shaking in nervousness. He won't last. She loves her brother and believes in him, but he still has a way to go before he is ready for the responsibility of being a leader. Izuku doesn't have the confidence yet. He is still too nervous and too soft. Maybe I should help him with that too, she thinks to herself while twirling her hair. It's always so crowded in here, Uraraka observes as they try to find a place to sit and eat. That's because students in support, management and hero courses all share the same cafeteria. Iida explains, he has the school handbook memorized. Over there, I spot 4 free seats. Let's grab them before someone else does, Akari says, reinforcing her mental shields and strutting towards the seats she found. The rest following her so they can finally eat. I love how the crowd parts for your sister, Uraraka admiring how everyone seemed to jump out of Akari's path. Yeah, she always excludes a powerful presence. I have a theory that her powers are always subconsciously active, but I haven't been able to prove it yet, Izuku explains, sitting down next to his twin, when they finally get to the table. It could just be that she walks with confidence and purpose, making everyone step out of her way in respect, Iida suggests. I can teach you to do it, Uraraka. Every girl should have a don't F with me, walk. She says, smiling to the adorable girl who nods in response with a bigger smile on her face before she starts eating. This rice is delicious, Uraraka declares while she continues to eat. You should try the yakisoba, it's perfect, Akari suggests. Good food always makes things better. Guys, I'm kinda worried about the class representative thing. I don't think I'm qualified. Izu says, unsure about the position he now finds himself in. Sure you are. You'll be great. Your courage and quick thinking under stress will help make you a worthy leader. Not to mention the strength you've demonstrated. Those are the reason I voted for you, at least. Iida tells her brother. You were one of the 3? Her brother asks, surprised. Didn't you want to be representative really badly? I mean, you do look the part. Cause of the glasses. Uraraka mentions, although that isn't really how you should pick a representative. Wanting a job and being suited to it are quite different things. Observing the Iida family hero agency has taught me that much, Iida tells them. They continue to talk about the Iida hero agency, the turbo hero Ingenium, who is Iida's older brother, and what it takes to be a good class rep, when an alarm abruptly goes off. Warning. Level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate the building in an orderly fashion. A mechanical voice tells them as the alarm continues. What's a level 3 security breach? Iida asks an upper-class student. It means someone managed to get past the school's barriers. This hasn't happened in my 3 years here, he answers before getting up. They get up and make their way out of the cafeteria along with everyone else. The panicking students' thoughts get louder and louder. Pushing on Wanda's mental shields, she manages to keep them out until they get to the hallway where everyone trying to evacuate at once has created a huge traffic jam. Akari gets pushed around in the crowd and separated from her brother and friends, while all the panicking thoughts finally breaks through her barriers, causing her to clutch her head in pain. Her powers start going out of control because of the mental strain all the thoughts are causing her. Red glowing mist starts rising from her body, surrounding her. No, 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 she mumbles to herself, trying to pull her powers back, not wanting to hurt anyone, but no matter what, it seems her powers were intent on protecting her from everything. Hands grab her and pulls her to the hallway wall, boxing her in. She knows it's Todoroki. The moment he grabbed her, she was thrown into his mind. She sees a little boy being treated as a weapon, abused by a bitter man who calls it training. She sees a woman, his mother, who lets him be a child in secret and tries to stop the brutal treatment, start to mentally unravel because of the abuse, until one day she snaps and pours hot water on her child and then applies ice on it when she comes back to herself, forgetting in her panic that the side she threw the water on was heat resistant. Wanda watches as the little boy never gets to join his siblings when they play, never has any toys, never does anything a child should do. There is no joy left after the mother is taken away. No comfort, no warmth. Only pain, anger and resentment. A hollow house filled with strangers and ruled by a monster. No child should go through that kind of life. Children should be cherished, nurtured and loved endlessly. Do you want me to kill Endeavor? I'll disintegrate his body, so no one would know, she says with eyes glowing red. Are you in my mind? He questions in his head, the grip on her arms getting tighter. Yes, it happened when you grabbed me. I didn't have my powers under control, so I got accidentally submerged in your mind. Surprisingly, your loud mind is keeping everyone else out, she explains to him telepathically, using his mind to anchor herself, so she doesn't drift away. She can only hear him and no one else. You are totally my hero, Shoto Todoroki, she tells him, smiling. I'm a hero, he thinks, astonished. Looking over his shoulder, she sees Iida flying past them and to the exit board. Listen up, everything is okay. Iida yells, getting everyone's attention. It's just the media outside. There's absolutely nothing to worry about, everything is fine. We're UA students. We need to remain calm and prove that we're the best of the best, he continues, calming the panicked students. Catching Iida with her powers when Uraraka releases hers, she lowers him to the ground and pats him on the back. See, this is why I voted for you, she says, smiling, shocking Iida and making him blush bashfully. Okay, so we need to figure out who the other class officers will be. But first, there's something that I want to say. I've thought a lot about this. And I think that Tenya Iida should be our class representative. Izu tells the class, shocking Iida. He was able to capture everyone's attention and get us in line. So I believe that he should be the one leading our class from now on, her twins suggest. Yeah, you know what? If Midoriya vouches for him, I'm good, Kirishima says. Plus he was a big help. He totally manned up and took charge, right? Yup. Oh. Did you notice he looked like the dude on the emergency exit signs when he was on the wall earlier? Kaminari remarks with a laugh. This is a waste of time. Aizawa pipes in, making the whole class yelp. I don't care who the representative is, just hurry up. If Midoriya is nominating me for this job, then I humbly accept. I pledge to carry out the duties of class representative to the best of my abilities. Iida pledges humbly but seriously. Sounds good. Emergency exit, Kirishima says, giving Iida a thumbs up. Emergency exit, Iida. Don't let us down, man, Kaminari tells him. Today's training will be a little different. You'll have 3 instructors. Me, All Might, and another faculty member will be keeping tabs on you. Aizawa declares. It's amazing how the man manages to get everyone to be quite so fast. Sir, what kind of training is this? Shiro asks their sensei. Rescue. You'll be dealing with natural disasters, shipwrecks, stuff like that. Aizawa tells them, holding up a card that has rescue written on it. Disasters, huh? Sounds like we're in for a big workout, she hears Kaminari say. Totally. Ashido yells, exited. Real hero stuff. This is what separates the men from the boys. I am shaken with excitement, Kirishima says in his manly passion. Finally, I'll get to show off how good I am in water. Ribbit, Sue declares. Guys, I'm not finished yet. Aizawa says, making everyone shut up. What you wear in this exercise is up to you. I know you're exited about costumes. Aizawa opens the compartment that has their hero costumes. But keep in mind that you haven't gotten used to them yet, and they might limit your abilities. This special training's at an off-campus facility, so we'll be taking a bus to get there. That's all. Start getting ready. He tells them and walks away. Everyone gets up and grabs their hero gear and head off to change. Akari struggles into her hero suit, but notices that it was easier this time. Once ready, she joins Ashido and head off to the meet-up spot for the bus. When she gets to the parking lot, she sees her brother in his PE tracksuit because his hero suit got trashed in the fight with Bakugo. But what really caught her attention was Todoroki sitting on a bench. Half his head and face wasn't covered. "You're not covering your head and face," she says from behind him. "You destroyed it in our fight," Todoroki replies, turning to look at her. "Oh, right. Well, you ruined my skirt, now it has holes in it," she answers, just remembering that she ruined the stupid head cover he had in revenge for her skirt. "You should get it fixed, your hero costume was nice," he says, looking unsure of what to say. "Don't worry, Pinocchio, I will," she tells him, an amused smile on her face. He reminds her a little of the doll that wanted to be a real boy. Although, Pinocchio had more facial expressions and was more lively. "What's a Pinocchio? Does she not know my name?" He thinks loudly, before saying, "My name is Shoto Todoroki." "I know your name, Thodo Shodoroki," she says, purposely messing up his name, with a knowing smirk on her face. Before he can reply, Iida blows a whistle. "Gather around, Class 1A. Using your student numbers, for 2 neat lines so we can load the bus efficiently," he tells the class. Everyone does as he says, only to realize that the bus is open layout, causing Iida to despair that his boarding strategy got ruined. "Iida, you really need to chill," Ashido tells him gently. "If we're pointing out something obvious, I want to say, about you, actually," Sue says, turning to Izuku. "About me? What is it, Asui?" her brother asks nervously. "I told you to call me Sue. That power of yours, isn't it a lot like All Might's?" Sue states. "What? Really? You think so, huh? I never really thought about that. I guess it's kinda similar." Her twin nervously vomits, making her facepalm. "Riri, help!" he shouts in his head. "You really got to learn to lie better, Miyu," she sends to him telepathically, but before she can say anything, Kirishima beats her to it. "Wait, hold on, Sue. You're forgetting All Might doesn't hurt himself. That makes a huge difference," he says. "But twins don't usually have so different quirks," he continues. "We don't," Akari replies lazily from her seat next to the sleeping Todoroki. "I use psychic energy to affect the world around me, while my twin can only use psychic energy to affect himself. Well, he tries to, he's a late bloomer, so he doesn't have it fully under control yet. That's why he ends up hurting himself by sending too much energy to the body part he is using." She continues explaining the totally bogus excuse she had come up with just for this scenario. "Riri. How? What? Why does that make sense? How does she do that?" She hears her brother's thoughts. "One of us has to think of a cover story that makes sense. How would your quirk even fit in our family? Mom has a low-level telekinesis and Dad breathes fire. Where does the super strength come from? But I use psychic energy to affect things. So why can't my twin use the same to make himself stronger and faster and whatever else that quirk can do? You always have my back," her twin sends to her via their bond. "Damn right I do. It's why I'm always Plan B," she sends back to him. "I bet it's cool to have an augmenting type quirk. You can do lots of flashy stuff with it. My hardening's super strong and can destroy bad guys in a fight, but it doesn't look all that impressive," Kirishima says while activating his hardening on his arm. "Oh, no way, I think it's really awesome looking. You're definitely pro material with a quirk like that," her sweet brother says. To him all powers are great, and he will find new and unique ways to use them. His brain a treasure trove of ways to use quirks. "You really think so? Seems like it'd be easier to be a popular hero if I had something flashier," Kirishima says, trying to hide his insecurities. "My naval lasers got the perfect combination of panache and strength," Aoyama says smugly. The guy seriously is always posing as if it's a camera on him. "But it's way lame if it gives you a stomachache, sweetie," Ashido says, raining on his parade. Well, if any of our classmates have pro quirks, it's Todoroki, Bakugo and Akari-chan. Kirishima points out. Sure, but Bakugo's always angry, so he'll never be that popular, Sue says honestly. What did you say? I'll kick your ass, Bakugo explodes. Ya see? She points out, amusing Wanda. You know, we basically just met you, so it's kinda telling that we all know your personality is a flaming crap mixed with garbage. Kaminari says sassily, making Akari laugh. You're gonna regret the day you applied to this school, you loser, Bakugo threatens Kaminari. Akari turns and whispers to Todoroki, who's sitting next to her. Hey, isn't you father a flaming pile of garbage too? Yes, he is, nodding his head slowly. She is so mean, it's funny. He thinks in amusement, yet his face is still stone cold. Akari looks at him in amusement, before sending reassuring calmness to her twin, who is freaking out over the fact that the tables have turned and now Bakugo is the one the class is teasing. Hey, we're here. Stop messing around. Aizawa announces, getting everyone to shut up and pay attention to him. Yes, sir, most of the students say. Whatever, Bakugo scuffs. The bus arrived at a large training facility, and all the students got off and were greeted by the famous rescue hero 13. Hello, everyone, I've been waiting for you. She greeted them, making everyone grasp in surprise and awe. It's the space hero, 13. The chivalrous pro who's rescued a ton of people for disasters across the world. Her twin gushes in his mind while having his fanboy expression on his adorable face. I know she is a huge inspiration to me. The way she uses her power to save people when a quirk like Black Hole could be so dangerous is amazing. The precision and controls needed for it is so difficult, yet she does it effortlessly. Akira excitedly gushes back through their bond. 13 has such a dangerous power, yet with determination, precision, control and years of experience she has turned Black Hole into a rescue power. That is something Wanda is determined to do with her own powers. Lucky for her, she gets to learn from a hero who has already conquered her dangerous power. Woohoo! 13 is one of my favorite heroes, Uraraka shouts in excitement and doing a happy dance. I can't wait to show you what's inside, 13 says and gestures for us to go inside. This is going to be awesome. The hive mind strikes again, creeping Wanda out. Stepping into the training facility was like stepping into a disaster world. It had every disaster in one place. Earthquake, shipwreck, landslide, mini domes inside the giant dome, and so much more. All the students were awestruck. Holy crap! It looks like some kind of amusement park, Kirishima. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, etc. I created this training facility to prepare you to deal with different types of disasters. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, but you can call it USJ. Just like Universal Studios Japan. The hive mind deadpans, so creepy. Hey, shouldn't All Might be here already? Aizawa asks, walking towards 13. Let me guess, he booked an interview instead, he says, looking over his shoulder at his students. Actually, it's something else. 13 replies, catching Aizawa's attention, and the two have a hushed conversation. Well, we should be okay with just the two of us, she hears Aizawa think to himself. Her teacher, like Bakugo, have a quiet mind. She rarely ever hears Aizawa's thoughts. The clock is ticking. We should get started, Aizawa tells 13. Excellent. Before we begin, let me just say one thing. Well, maybe two things. Possibly 3, 4, or 5. 13 rambles. We get it. The hive mind shouts. Listen carefully. I'm sure you're aware that I have a powerful quirk. It's called Black Hole. I can use it to suck up anything and turn it into dust, she states seriously. Yeah, you've used Black Hole to save people from all kinds of disasters before, haven't you? Her adorable twin says. He really is a hero encyclopedia. That's true, but my quirk could also very easily be used to kill. 13 tells them, and shocking most of the class. Some of you also have powers that can be dangerous. In our superhuman society, all quirks are certified and stringently regulated, so we often overlook how unsafe they can actually be. Please don't forget that if you lose focus or make the wrong move, your powers can deadly. Even if you're trying to do something virtuous like rescue someone. Thanks to Aizawa's fitness tests, you have a solid idea of your quirk's potential. And because of All Might's combat training, you likely experienced how dangerous your powers can be when used against other people. Carry those lessons over this class. Today, you're going to learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. You won't be using your powers to attack enemies or each other, only to help. After all, that's what being a hero is all about. Ensuring the safety of others, 13 explains. Wanda knows her powers can be dangerous, that's why she has such a tight grip on them. Her powers are always active and borderline sentient. And always protecting her. Over the years in this life and her previous, she has had to learn that to not lose control she needs to let them do so. Her powers constantly lay over her skin in an almost invisible shield. It's the reason her skin seemed to glow. Her hair is also affected by her powers, tuning her dark hair a dark red. Even when she was ready to die to fix her mistakes, her powers acted on her desire and brought her to a different universe. Vis always said that her powers were vast and unpredictable, that their potential was almost endless, but she had been too afraid of them back then. But now with Izuku's help, she didn't fear them anymore. But she also knows the damage she can do with them. When you have seen the worst of yourself, when you have looked your monstrous self in the eyes, what's there to fear? She thinks to herself, remembering the dark Scarlet Witch. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much for listening. 13 says and bows while the students cheer, bringing Akari out of her thoughts. Right. Now that that's over, Aizawa starts, but gets cut off by the lights turning off and a dark purple almost black vortex appearing before the fountain in the middle of the USJ. Stay together and don't move, Aizawa tells the surprised students. 13, protect the students, he says to his coworker, moving forward to get a closer look. What is that thing? Kirishima asks shocked. Trouble, it's sentient but its thoughts are weird, Akari says, narrowing her eyes trying to focus on the mind of the vortex. Ah. Akari scrams, clutching her head and falling, her knees giving in. Izuku rushes to his twin kneeling next to her. What is it, Riri? He asks, holding her face, trying to look in her eyes. It hurts. To many voices in a voiceless husk. Get them out, get them out, get them out. Akari screams, holding her head and scaring some of the students. Todoroki comes closer to her and kneels next to Izuku. Don't focus on them, focus on me. I'm loud, remember? He says, grabbing her hands and placing them on his head. The moment his hands touched hers, the other voices got pushed back enough for her to be able to focus on Todoroki and come back to her senses. The hell was that witch? Bakugo questions, scanning the surroundings in case someone attacks. Wait, has the training started already? I thought we were rescuing people, and what happened to Akari? Kirishima asks, confused about what is happening and why his friend was attacked. This is real and those are villains, Aizawa says as more and more villains step out of the purple vortex. We thought we were going to be practicing saving people's lives, we didn't realize we would be saving our own lives. The path we had chosen in life, the life of a hero, had chosen us back, and it was in a hurry to make us ready for what laid ahead in the future. The villains appear in the plaza of the USJ, led by 3 mysterious villains. The purple-black vortex seems to be a guy with a teleportation quirk, him. A guy covered in hands and a man that looked like a bird on steroids with its brain exposed, seem to be the leaders. The only real heroes I see are 13 and Eraserhead. Perplexing, according to the schedule we retrieved from UA, All Might should be here as well. Purple-black mist guy tells his companions. So you scumbags used the press as a cover and sneaked onto campus, Aizawa concluded. Where is he? I went through the trouble of bringing so many friends who are eager to meet him. They want All Might, the great symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here, Hanzi says in a raspy voice, doing a villain monologue. Maybe if I kill a few kids, he'll come out to play. Akari finally being able to shake off the incident of trying to read the thoughts of a teleporter who was teleporting a bunch of people at once, making her pick up all the thoughts inside the warp gate. It had totally destroyed her mental shields, and her shield had already taken a hit earlier today at lunch. I need to rebuild my mental defenses again, it was destroyed just now, she tells her twin and Todoroki in a strained voice. Do it, Riri. We will watch your back, Izuku insists, making eye contact with Todoroki, who nods in agreement. Sitting there, she went into a meditative trance to center herself. Using Todoroki's loud mind as a shield, she constructed her mental defenses again, building it stronger than before. She imagined the Wundagore mountain, her mind protected within the castle built on top of it, but instead of the Chaos Beasts protecting the Temple of the Scarlet Witch, she imagined the Avengers. Her heroes, her comrades, her friends, her family, protecting her mind from attacks or intruders. Black Widow and Hawkeye inside the temple, Cap and Thor at the entrance, Iron Man, Falcon, War Machine and Vision flying around the mountain, while Quicksilver speeds all over the mountain and the Hulk at the foot of the mountain as the first line of defense. No one would ever be able to enter her mind or attack it again. The Avengers were protecting her. She almost felt sorry for anyone who ever tried entering her mind, almost. Coming out of her meditation, she hears her classmates wondering why the alarms haven't gone off. Is the entire campus under attack? Or is this their only target? Either way, if the alarm sensors aren't being triggered, then one of these villains must have a quirk that's masking their presence here. They carefully chose this isolated facility as an entry point at a time when a class was being taught. They're fools for trespassing here, but they've thought this out. Whatever their plan is, they must have a concrete objective in mind. But what is it? Todoroki voices his thoughts to the rest of the students. Seeing Akari looking up at him, he extends a hand to help her up. Are you all right now? We might have to fight our way out. He questions, looking her over to make sure she is okay. They're going to need all their heavy hitters to get out of this. Oh darling, I'm a woman. We know how to endure pain, Akari tells him, taking a migraine pill from the secret compartment in her belt buckle. This should help too, she says, giving him a wink and swallowing the pill dry. 13. Get them out of here. And alert the main campus. Aizawa tells his fellow hero as he stands in front of everyone. Actually, if they got the ability to block our sensors, then they might be jamming our regular communications, too. He remarks. Kaminari, try using your quirk to contact the school. Yes, sir. Kaminari replies and starts trying to contact the school. Girl Midoriya, can you reach the mind of anyone in the faculty? He asks her, unsure of her mental abilities since they aren't on her application form, and the fact that she just took a hit. I can try, but at this distance, it's hard unless I have a mental link with them, she explains, playing with her fingers. I could try All Might, since I've been in his head before, she replies, before trying to reach All Might. Closing her eyes, she focuses on trying to locate All Might's mind. It proves to be harder since she lessened his pain, but she keeps trying. She's been in All Might's head. The hive mind shouts in shock, making Akari flinch in pain. Do they have to be so loud? What are you gonna do? You can't fight them on your own, there's too many of them. Even if you can nullify their quirks, your fighting style's not suited for this. Your power works best in stealth and one-on-one fights. That's not gonna help with a big group. Izuku notes, afraid something will happen to their sensei. You can't be a pro if you only have one trick, Aizawa replies to his student. I'll leave it to you, 13. He says before leaping off the platform and into the fray. A firing squad eager to destroy a no-name hero try to use their quirk on him, but Eraserhead cancels out their quirk and uses his capture weapon to knock them out. The villains soon recognize him as the pro-hero Eraserhead, and a villain with a mutant-type quirk rushes him, concluding that he can't cancel mutant-type quirks. Eraserhead expertly evades the morphic villain's forearms and punches him in the face, sending him flying before using his capture weapon on him. Bending over backwards and twisting his body to deliver a kick to another villain that was coming up behind him, he uses Morphic to knock out the villains before turning to the remaining villains. There he goes, trying to intimidate us. He is strong, and since he's hiding behind those goggles, you can't tell whose quirk he's erasing. He's making it hard for us to work together or rely on each other's powers. Hanzi rasps as more of his minions get beat up. How annoying. The worst thing about dealing with pros is when they live up to all their hype, he says as he scratches his cheek, mildly impressed by Eraserhead. Bakugo notices that Akari still has her eyes closed, trying to reach All Might, so he grabs her hand. You keep trying to reach All Might. I'll lead you out of this fucking shit show and protect your occupied ass. Got that, witch? You reach those damn heroes and you don't fucking stop, he tells her aggressively. Her eyes open, but instead of the beautiful evergreen, they are her powerful scarlet. She gives his hand a squeeze in response before she continues to try reaching All Might. Whoa, he's holding them off. I guess I shouldn't have underestimated him. Izuku realizes, distracted by his teacher beating up the villains while his hand is itching for a pen and his notebook. Get your head in the game, Miyu. Akari shout in her idiot twin's head. This is no time to be analyzing. We have to go. Iida says at the same time Akari sent her brother a mental wake-up call. 13 in Class 1A try to leave but the purple-black villain teleports between them and the exit. There is no escape for you, the giant purple-black mist says. It's a pleasure to meet you. We are the League of Villains. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello. And besides, isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath? I believe he was supposed to be here today, and yet I see no sign of him. There must have been some sort of change in plans we could not have foreseen. He says, spreading his misty arms. Ah, well, in the end I suppose it doesn't matter. I still have a role to play. The purple-black villain monologues eloquently like he invited himself to a tea party instead of hijacking a high school class and planning to murder the children here. Akari, who is still trying to find All Might's mind, has her telepathy turned up so much in order to reach him, keeps picking up screaming that seems to be coming from inside the purple-black mist guy. Is he keeping someone trapped in his warp gate? 13 gets ready to use her quirk on the villain but Bakugo and Kirishima attacks him before she can. Did ya think we were going to stand around and let you tear this place to shreds? They hear Kirishima say but can't see him because of all the smoke from Bakugo's explosion. You live up to your school's reputation. They hear Purple-Black's voice. As the smoke clears they see the mist remerge into the humanoid appearance of the villain again. But you should be more careful, children. Otherwise, someone might get hurt. You too. Get out of the way, right now. 13 yells to Bakugo and Kirishima so she can take care of the villain. I'll scatter you across this facility to meet my comrades, and your deaths, Purple-Black says, and tendrils of his powers come out of his chest and enfolds the class. Akari puts up a force field around her in the class, but the warp gate opens under their feet. She and some of her classmates fall through. The gate opened in the air over the landslide zone and spits Akari and Todoroki out. Akari grabs Todoroki with her powers and levitates down to the ground. We are surrounded by idiots, she tells him and turns so they stand back to back facing opposite directions. If they sent us both here together, then it's safe to assume they don't know about our capabilities or they could just be incompetent, he comments looking over the villains that look more like low-life thugs. A little bit of both I think. Let's dance handsome, she says as she readies her powers in her palms, lifting up the approaching villains and throwing them down with enough force to knock them out, while Todoroki freezes the villains on his side. Aren't you embarrassed to lose to children? For God's sake, you're adults. Put up a real fight. We were right, Akari, it is both. They are incompetent idiots, Todoroki says in disappointment. Yeah, swatting a fly is tougher than taking out these low-lifes and they call themselves villains. Like seriously, they didn't even put up a fight. Where is the dastardly plans, the monologuing, the world domination plans? Akari states in disgust, kicking a knocked-out villain close to her. Are you angry because we didn't get to dance? Todoroki asks confused. How is fighting related to dancing? He thinks to himself. Akari giggles. The poor boy is hilarious in his cluelessness. I'll tell you after we're done here, but right now I'm gonna go through the mind of these wannabe villains to see what their plan is. Hold down the fort while I'm distracted, she tells him, walking over to the ones he froze. This isn't a fort, it's the landslide zone, he replies, tilting his head in confusion, but I'll keep watch. He tells her and turns to the villains he froze. So the plan was to scatter us, and then kill us. You were woefully unprepared. In fact, it looks to me as though you've had no training. You haven't the slightest idea how to use your quirks, he remarks to the wannabe villains. This power, he froze as the instant they warped here. She hears a wannabe say, shocked. He's not a kid, he's a monster. And the girl is a witch, another villain says as they walk past them. It's not nice to be so honest, Todoroki. You might hurt these sorry excuses of villains' feelings, Akari says, amused, walking between all the frozen villains gathering information from their heads about their plan. Like you care about their feelings, he replies with a slight smirk, ignoring the would-be villain. You're right, I don't. What I do care about is, she says, filtering though their minds. Bird brain. Bird brain, Todoroki repeats, confused. Natsuo was right, girls are confusing. Birdbrain is apparently powerful enough to kill All Might. Hanzi is the leader, Purple Black is his right hand / getaway person. The rest are, what I assume is cannon fodder, she explains. I'm going to tell the rest of the class, watch my back. Akari closes her eyes and focuses on her classmates' minds. The easiest is her twin, she finds him in the shipwreck zone with Sue and Curvy. Then she locates Bakugo in the collapsed zone with Kirishima, from there she locates Iida, Uraraka, Shoji, Sato, Shiro, Ashido and 13 in the lobby, and Aizawa is still in the plaza. Tokiyami and Koda in the storm zone and Ojiro and Aoyama in the fire zone, before she picks up Kaminari's panicked thoughts in the mountain zone with Yaoyorozu and Jiro. Linking up with all of their minds so she can broadcast the info she has gathered to everyone at the same time. Attention Class 1A, this is Akari. The villain's plan is to use Birdbrain to kill All Might. Hanzi is the leader of the League of Villains. Purple Black is the right-hand guy and also the getaway. They aren't here to take hostages, they're here to kill. So fight with everything you got plus ultra style. We are the heroes of tomorrow. But first we got to survive today. So you get hurt, hurt him back. You get killed, walk it off. Across the USJ every student got Akari's telepathic message and started fighting harder. Did you know Akari was a telepath? Yaoyorozu asked Jiro, while dodging an attack and whacking the attacker in the face with her staff. No, but it makes sense though, she always has this knowing glint in her eyes. Jiro answers while poking a villain in the eyes with her ear jacks and kicking him into Kaminari to shock him. Her words are so inspiring. Kaminari says, feeling less panicky, and start running around hugging the thugs and shocking them with a smile on his face. Red Queen is so manly. Kirishima says, punching a villain, feeling fired up by her manly words. Damn right, I'll walk it off. Damned witch. Bakugo shouts as he beats up the weak-ass villains. No way in hell, he ain't going to walk of death. Nothing is going to stop him from reaching the top. Riri. Izuku says relived his sister is okay. I have a pretty girl's voice in my head. Mineta drools, causing Sue whack him with her tongue. Focus. Now we know what the villains want and how they are going to do it, but All Might isn't here, rabbit. Sue states. Meanwhile Akari finally found All Might's mind because the familiar pain spiking, meaning he changed into his hero form. All Might, help. The USJ is under attack. They are after you. We are scattered across the facility, Aizawa holding the villains off, but there are too many. Bring the heroes fast. All Might sits up straighter when he hears Akari's voice in his head. All Mig, help. USJ is owned. After you. Scattered, Aizawa holding. Many. Bring. Hero. Her voice keeps going in and out of focus. But from what he can gather, the USJ is under attack. Principal Nezu. USJ is under attack. He shouts, getting up. His twins need him. All Might, if the USJ facility was under attack, the alarms would have gone off. Nezu states calmly to his former student and taking out his phone to check on the security features he has on it. None of them indicate that an attack is taking place. Akari Midoriya just contacted me telepathically. It was a little fuzzy, but I got some words that indicates that they are in danger. All Might explains, standing up. Akari Midoriya is a telepath. She is clever to keep something like that out of the Quirk registry. If the wrong party got that information, what was the message? Nezu wonders, pouring himself another cup of tea. How does that matter? I have to go save them. All Might says, borderline panicking, pacing back and forth, vibrating inside, ready to go save his people. If you go right now, you won't last long and then you will be the one needing saving. Better to go with backup. So the message, All Might, what is it? Nezu points out, tapping his paw on the armrest of the couch. All Mig, help. USJ is owned. After you. Scattered. Aizawa holding. Many. Bring hero. All Might tells Nezu the message he got. It must be because the distance that the message is not coming through clear. From what I've experienced, she has no problem communicating mentally in over a 100-meter radius, further if it's her twin. He explains to the principal. All Mig is obviously All Might, help is also obvious. USJ is owned, under attack, I presume. Scattered is curious. What is scattered? The teachers or the students, maybe the attackers. Aizawa holding many. I'm guessing Aizawa is holding the villains off, but there are too many. Bring hero is pretty straightforward. Bring heroes. Nezu decodes the massage and starts giggling. Well, how marvelous. It's been a while since I have fought some villains. Nezu says, giggling madly. I'll gather the troops. Principal Nezu says, jumping of the couch, and starts sending out orders on his phone. Akari opens her eyes after sending the mental messages and sees Todoroki casually standing between two frozen tugs that weren't there when she closed her eyes. Having fun without me? It's not fun. How do you walk off getting killed? He asks, tilting his head curiously. You get reborn bitchier than before, she says sagely before she picks up her twin's fear. Oh God, Mr. Aizawa. Focusing on Aizawa, all she feels is pain. Pushing the pain to the back of her head, she tries to focus on Aizawa's mind and find out what's going on. His eyes are closed, but she can hear what he is hearing. What do you think of him? Eraser head. He's the bioengineered, anti-symbol of peace. But you can call him Nomu. A raspy voice says. And then there is an inhuman shriek. Mr. Aizawa. Akari gasps, coming out of his head. Loosening the grip on her powers, she blasts off the ground and takes off, flying towards the plaza. You forgot me, Todoroki yells. Guess I have to run. I can't believe she left me behind. I thought we were a team, Todoroki grumbles while running towards the plaza. He's breaking my bones like they're twigs. I'm positive I erased his quirk. That means he's super strong, without powers. She hears Aizawa's thoughts. Hold on, Mr. Aizawa, I'm on my way, she sends him telepathically. No, don't. I think the Nomu is as strong as All Might, don't come here. He urges, but she ignores him. As she gets closer to the plaza, she sees Birdbrain ready to attack her brother while Hanzi is reaching out to touch Sue. With a blast, she speeds up and raises her hands. Hands off, she shouts, wrapping her powers around Birdbrain and Hanzi. She sends them flying in opposite directions. Birdbrain hits the wall, while Hanzi ends up in the fountain. Landing gently over Aizawa, she grabs her twin, Sue and Curvy, with her powers and pulls them to herself and creates a force field around her and the others. This time under them too. Just in time too, as Birdbrain speeds over and bangs on her force field. Now who is this NPC? Hanzi asks, frustrated, climbing out of the fountain dripping wet. Not a NPC, I'm the op character. Akari replies, keeling down and using her powers to check on Aizawa's condition. What she finds is not good. His arms are broken in several different places, his skull is cracked, his brain is swelling, his cheekbone has completely shattered, he also has a couple of fractured ribs. The muscles in his eyes are severely strained, one eye's optic nerve is severed and the other's macula is damaged. A fellow gamer, you are pretty powerful. Nomu killed the op character. Hanzi tells Birdbrain, making it attack her force field harder. She reinforces her force field, making it stronger, but the constant barrage from Birdbrain isn't helping and Aizawa needs medical attention ASAP. And she doesn't know how long it will take until help arrives. She shouldn't have left Todoroki behind in her panic to get to Aizawa. She let out, falling to one knee as Birdbrain continues to attack her shield. God, I wish I had the Avengers watching my back right now. Just as she finished the thought, a scarlet-shaped shield blasts out of her force field, hitting Birdbrain, followed by a Captain America-shaped humanoid made of her scarlet energy. It starts fighting the Nomu, keeping Birdbrain away from the force field and letting her focus on Aizawa. Levitating Aizawa up, turning him around and using her powers to scan him again, just in case she missed anything. She hesitates for a moment with tears in her eyes. She doesn't know if should try doing anything or not. Biting her lips, she decides to reduce the swelling in the brain by disintegrating the built-up cerebrospinal fluid and repairing the cracks in his skull by manipulating the molecules in the bone and fusing the cracks in the skull together. After that, she scans his eyes, deeming them to be more important to fix than the bones. She starts repairing the damaged macula. Aizawa has an ocular quirk. If it isn't fixed, his vision will be blurry and lack details. It could affect his quirk. She manipulates the molecules in the photoreceptor cells and shifts them back where they belong while stitching everything back together with the rest of the retina. Since the Nomu is preoccupied, Shigaraki turns to Kurogiri. Don't just stand there. Warp them out of the force field. I have tried. It seems her powers are able to keep mine out. She is indeed powerful. We will have to get rid of her before she is fully trained to be a hero. Kurogiri tells his young master. You are useless. I guess if I want something done, I have to do it myself. He says before marching over to the force field and placing his hands on it, intending to use decay. The moment he touches the force field, a scarlet hammer shots out of it, blasting him away, and a Thor-shaped scarlet energy humanoid flies out of it, along with the Iron Man-shaped one. The Thor-shaped one attacks Kurogiri and the Iron Man one goes after Shigaraki. Riri, how are you doing this? What is this? Her twin questions astonished, as he watches the humanoid shapes of his sister's power, keeping the villains away from the force field, protecting them. It's the Avengers, she replies, still focusing on healing their sensei. Your teddy bears. Izuku tilts his head in confusion. The Avengers were teddy bears she made at Build-A-Bear when she was younger and had nightmares. Mom thought a teddy bear would help keep the nightmares away. Akari ended up making a team of hero bears she called the Avengers, and now they are keeping the villains away. Izuku thinks to himself, still confused. You're a goddess, a beautiful, powerful goddess, protecting me from the horrible no-good villains. Mineta cries, hugging Akari from behind. Get off. You are disturbing me, Akari says through clenched teeth. Sue grabs the little perv with her tongue and tugs him off of the person protecting them from the villains. The shield wielding energy form has switched with the hammer one. Now Hammer Guy is fighting Birdbrain while Shield Guy is fighting Purple Black. Akari moves on to the other eye, the one that has the damaged optic nerve. She starts repairing the damaged nerve fibers, and placing them back to where they belong and making sure they all meet up in the optic chiasm. She connects the repaired optical nerve back to the retina. Once that done, she connects it back where it was severed, and double-check that everything is in the right place and fixed. Riri, are you healing him? I thought you didn't know how to yet. Her twin questions, confused. What choice do I have? Look at him. We don't know when help will come. Some of his injuries are too critical to wait, and I'm just fixing anything damaged and placing it back where it belongs, she replies and scans his eyes again. Noticing that his tear system is out of whack. Not like in the book she had read, his punctum, the duct that drains tears from the eyes, is larger than normal, meaning it would drain the moisture of the eyes faster than normal, which could be the cause of the dry eyes. Thinking it over, she decides to fix it and manipulates the molecules in the punctum and makes the duct smaller, hoping it would help with his dry eyes. If it didn't, then she could return it back to how it was. She doesn't dare do more than she already has. What she had done had already been a risk. If it hadn't been for the fact that Aizawa was dying and she having no idea if he would make it until help arrives, she wouldn't even try. But sometimes you have to take a risk when it comes to saving someone. All that was left now was the broken bones and the skinless elbow. Looking over at her Scarlet Avengers, she can't help but wonder if they are the same ones from her mental defense. Seeing Iron Man flying over Hanzi and blasting him with a scarlet imitation of the arc reactor blast Iron Man has in his gauntlet is bittersweet. She had hated Tony for so much of her life, had spent so many years wanting him dead, and after she finally had forgiven him and let go of the hatred for him, even started to care for him as a frenemy, the asshole went and died, making her mourn for him. Blinking away her tears, she turns to look at the Scarlet Captain. A sad smile on her face as she remembers the man who lost everything but still fought even when he longed for peace. Her mentor, her comrade, her friend, the man that filed a little of the void left behind after Pietro. They were both volunteers for experiments to help their countries. Their relationship was always a little weird. He always treated her like a little sister, almost like the daughter he never had. Age-wise he could have been her grandfather if going by the year he was born, but looking at him made her think of him as a big brother. It had been comfort for them both to have someone with shared life experiences. She could always count on him to have her back. Even now, universe away and deaths apart, her memory of him was protecting her. Scarlet Thor flies past her to attack Birdbrain. He was still alive when she died. He was trying to find himself again. Something broke in him after his brother was killed, but out of all the Avengers, she thinks Thor was the one who could handle loss best. He might have turned into an alcoholic foodie, but he didn't go evil. Over a millennia of life must have taught him something. Maybe instead of going off on her own she should have gone to New Asgard and learned some brief counseling from a man who also lost everything, maybe a friend who understood her pain and if needed could stop her would have helped her. Riri, her twin says, awakening her out of her musing of a lifelong past. How long can you keep this up? I can do this all day, she says, smirking with sad eyes. That's my girl. She hears Steve's proud voice in her mind. Suddenly the door to USJ blasts apart, catching everyone's attention. Usually there is a point when the heroes are almost defeated and all hope seems lost. A point where it looks like the villains are going to win. But then the tide turns and hope is renewed, the heroes gathers what's left of their strength and decides to give it a last shot. This is the turning point. The moment All Might walked out of the smoke was the turning of the tide. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had gone wrong when Aizawa and 13 didn't answer my calls, and when young Akari contacted me, I hurried over, running into young Ida along the way. He told me of the villainy at work here. All Might says, walking into the USJ, there's no smile on his face, only a show of teeth, like an angry wolf protecting his pack. Have no fear, students, because I am here, he declares, tearing off his tie and throwing away his jacket. Standing on the edge of the platform looking over the USJ, he sees his twins and 2 of his students along with an unconscious and bleeding Aizawa under his little moon's force field. While humanoid energy shapes are keeping the villains away from them, they dare go after his twins, his little sun and moon, and his students. Quote, "Look, we're saved," Mineta cries, pointing up at All Might standing at top of the stairs. "Ribbit, he's here, All Might," her brother says, sounding relieved. Akari looks up and smiles a relived smile. He is here, he heard me, he came, she thinks to herself, finally able to feel safe. The Scarlet Avengers pull back into her force field. After all this waiting, the heroic piece of trash shows up. Hanzi rasps out. All Might speeds over to Akari's force field, knocking out the villain minions who had woken up. On the way over, looking them over, he notices that Aizawa is the only one seriously hurt, but then he sees that Izuku has his hand wrapped up too. "I am sorry, Aizawa, I should have been here." All Might mentally apologizes to his coworker. "Young Akari, take Aizawa to safety," he tells his little moon, who nods, releasing her force field. "All Might, Birdbrain was bioengineered especially to take you down. He supposedly has more than one quirk and is super strong even without them," she tells him before she levitates Aizawa and flies up to the platform. "Akari," Uraraka calls out, but then she sees Mr. Aizawa. "Oh, God," she gasps, covering her mouths. "I healed some of it, but only the most critical," she tells them, gently lowering Aizawa to the floor next to 13. Down at the plaza, All Might tries to strike Hanzi with a Carolina smash, but Birdbrain steps in the way of it and is unaffected. The Nomu tries to grab All Might, but he evades the creature. All Might delivers a punch to the Nomu's stomach that has no effect. All Might follows up with a series of punches to Birdbrain's face. The Nomu tries to attack All Might again, making him have to jump back to avoid him. "It doesn't even matter where I punch you, does it?" All Might observes, mildly annoyed. "That's because Nomu here has shock absorption, All Might. The only way you're going to hurt him is to slowly gouge out his flesh. Of course, I don't think he'll sit back and let you do that. You've finally met your match." Hanzi rasps dramatically while Birdbrain and All Might continue exchanging blows. "Ha, thanks for telling me how to beat him. All I have to do is wear him down, and then it's on to you," All Might says and uses a powerful reverse suplex on Birdbrain. When the smoke from All Might's attack clears, Akari and the others see that Purple Black has opened a warp gate to save the Nomu from being buried in the sand. Instead, half the creature is coming up under All Might, who is still in the reverse suplex position and has grabbed onto All Might's weak spot. Akari, seeing All Might struggle to free himself, blasts of the platform flying to him. She knows he had used up his time today and was on overtime, but was willing to risk it just to save them all. So how could she just sit back and not help him? "I am going to enjoy tearing you to pieces," she hears Purple Black say as she lands. "I thought I told you, hands off." Akari growls as she wraps her powers around Birdbrain's hand and rips it off All Might's weak spot, at the same time as Birdbrain's arm starts freezing over. Her brother runs to help All Might but gets cut off by Purple Black. Only for Bakugo to fly in and blast the villain. Get the hell out of my way, Deku. He yells and grabs Purple Black by his neck armor and slams him to the ground, pinning him down. Half of the Nomu's body has been frozen, indicating that Todoroki has joined the party. Akari found out from your poorly trained thugs that you're here because you think you can kill All Might. He states nonchalant. Akari pulls All Might over to herself and starts mending his side with her powers. Thank you, little moon, All Might says, gently patting her hair. Guess I found your body this time, ya smoky bastard. Cat says smugly, a feral grin on his face. The symbol of peace will not be defeated by delinquents like you. Todoroki states in the Ice Prince version aggressive, which is basically just his eyes narrowing a millimeter. Kachan, Riri, everyone, her twin says teary-eyed before pulling himself together. Kurogiri, how could you let this brat get the best of you? You've gotten us into a real jam here. Hanzi accuses Purple Black like a spoiled brat that didn't get his way. Hey, you got careless, you dumb villain. It wasn't hard to figure you out. Only certain parts of you turn into that smoking warp gate. You used that mist to hide your actual body, as a kind of distraction. Thinking that made you safe. Bakugo says, narrowing his eyes. That's why we missed. But if you didn't have a body, you wouldn't be wearing this neck armor, right? You're not immune to physical attacks if they're well aimed. Kurogiri tries to move but Bakugo blasts his armor. Don't move. If you try anything I'll blow your ass up right now, you got it. They'll be cleaning you up for weeks. He threatens. Oh, that doesn't sound very heroic, Kirishima points out, like he has taken on the job of the angel on Bakugo's shoulder. Can we get this over with already? I am in serious need of a spa day, Akari declares while looking at her chipped manicure. Fucking villains. They escaped uninjured and captured my two strongest men. Kids these days really are amazing, they make the League of Villains look like amateurs. Can't, Hanzi says before he gets cut off. Yes, we are amazing, you villains suck, blah. Blah, blah, do you ever shut up? Your voice seriously gets on the nerves, Akari interrupts Hanzi sassily. Uho. Izuku gulps, staring at his twin nervously. She is not even pretending to be nice now. That either means little to no sleep, on her period, or irritated. Let's hope she doesn't get angry. No, Nomu. Hanzi stammers, and the creature gets out of the warp gate, breaking off his frozen half. How is that thing still moving? It's all messed up, Izuku wonders. Stay back everybody, All Might tells his students. What is this? I thought you said his power was shock absorption. He questions as Birdbrain regrows his limbs. Oh, that's gross, Akari whispers, scrunching her nose in disgust. I didn't say that was his only quirk. He also has super regeneration, Hanzi tells All Might. Nomu has been modified to take you on even at 100% of your power. He's basically a highly efficient punching bag that hits back, Hanzi says like the slimy villain he is. First we need to free our method of escape. Get him, Nomu. Birdbrain speeds off faster than the eyes can see to attack Bakugo with a powerful attack that causes a shockwave. Akari raises a shield over everyone with her powers that keeps them and herself from being blown away. She also catches a lump that gets thrown their way. Once the smoke from the attack clears, the Nomu has Purple Black curry something, and Bakugo is nowhere to be seen. Kachan, her twin yells, causing her to let go of the lump she caught, looking for their unfriendly neighborhood bully. The lump yelps when it hits the ground. Kachan, whoa, that's awesome, you dodged him. Her adorable little brother says impressed. Shut up. No I didn't, you damn nerd. Bakugo tells him, still a little shocked from being tossed around. Then how did you get over here? Kirishima asks. Isn't it obvious? Todoroki remarks, looking at something. Yeah, All Might yeeted him over here, Akari states and points over to the destroyed wall. These are kids, and you didn't hold back. All Might growls, really fed up with these villains. They interrupt a high school class lesson and hurt children just to get to me. Pure evil has no mercy for anyone, do they? I didn't have much choice. He was threatening my companion, Hanzi says before pointing at us. Besides, these kids are no angels. The plain-looking one tried to kill me with a powerful smash before and the mean pretty girl threw me into the fountain, almost breaking my back. What kind of hero does something like that. And don't get me started on the feral one. Hanzi complains because the children he wanted to kill fought back. You think you can get away with being as violent as you want if you say it's for the sake of others. He continues to monologue, spreading his arms. Well, you know what, All Might? That pisses me off. Why do people get to decide that some violent acts are heroic and others are villainous? Casting judgment as to what's good and what's evil, you think you're the symbol of peace. Ha, you're just another government-sponsored instrument of violence. And violence always breeds more violence. I'll make sure the world understands that once you're dead. Hanzi finally finishes his long-winded monologue. What a hypocrite. Akari growls, red-eyed. This guy hijacked a first-year high school class and plans to kill minors just to get to All Might, but we're the bad guys. You're nothing but a lunatic. Criminals like you always try and make your actions sound noble. But admit it, you're only doing this because you like it. Isn't that right? All Might says. He's got me figured out. Akari picks up Hanzi's slimy thoughts. Gross. We got them outnumbered, Todoroki states. Outpowered too, Akari remarks, smirking, eyes still glowing eerie red. And Kachan found the mist guy's weakness, Izuku mentions. These dudes may act really tough, but we can take them down now with All Might's help. Let's do this, Hiroshima says, activating his hardening ready to fight to help. Don't attack, All Might says, walking forward. Get out of here, he tells his students. You would have been in trouble earlier if it weren't for Akari and me, remember? You need our help, Todoroki states. All Might, you don't have to do this alone, Akari pleads. He always stands alone. She has felt the loneliness he feels from carrying this burden alone. I thank you for your assistance and your concern, but this is different. All Might says, clenching his fist. It's gonna be all right. Just sit back and watch a pro at work, he declares. But you're too hurt, you're bleeding, and you're almost out, Izuku says before his twin places her hand over his mouth. I closed the wound earlier, it's fine, Akari says hurriedly, winking to All Might, who gives a thumbs up in return. Nomu, Kurogiri, kill him. I'll deal with the children, Hanzi says, then takes of running toward the students. Heads up, looks like we are fighting after all, Hiroshima tells them, activating his harding. Shall we dance, boys? Akari says, smirking, calling her powers to her palms. We are fighting, not dancing, Akari, Todoroki reminds her, making her laugh. All Might and Birdbrain rush toward each other and clash, causing a shockwave. Akari shields herself and her classmates form the force of All Might in the Nomu's fight. Weren't you listening? One of his powers is shock absorption. Hanzi yells, just having righted himself after being blown away. Yeah, what about it? All Might grunts out and continues fighting. Wanda reinforces the shield protecting her and the boys, so they don't go flying because of the shockwaves from All Might's fight, as the effects of the fight keep increasing and wreaking havoc on the USJ building. He's gonna fight that brain guy head on. Her other half questions, shocked. Whoa, they're so fast, Hiroshima observes. Yeah, All Might beat up Birdbrain. He tried to kill Izuku and he hurt Aizawa. Akari edges him on. She did not feel sorry for it. That thing has no thoughts, it just an empty husk, just following orders, Hanzi's orders, and Hanzi was a twisted little fucker. The little she picked up from his mind made her feel gross, made her want to bleach her brain. He said your quirk was only shock absorption, not nullification. That means there's a limit to what you can take, right? All Might groans out as he continues to punch Birdbrain. So you were made to fight me, huh, big guy? If you can really withstand me firing at 100% of my power, pushing Birdbrain back with even more punches, then I'll just have to go beyond that and force you to surrender, he says, speeding up his punches. All Might gives Birdbrain a well-aimed powerful punch, sending the Nomu flying back, and jumps after the creature. A real hero, he shouts as he lands and clashes with Birdbrain again. We'll always find a way for justice to be served, he says, kicking the Nomu away and jumping after him. All Might grabs the Nomu mid-air, shifting his weight in the air, swinging the creature around before throwing him down to the ground and landing after it. Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond, plus, ultra, All Might shouts as he delivers one last powerful punch, sending Birdbrain through the glass dome of the USJ, and up and away as the entire USJ shakes in the after effect of All Might's powerful punch. Holy she! Akari utters, covering her mouth in shock, her bones feeling like they are vibrating because of the aftershock of All Might's powerful punch. She had thought that the people in this universe were weak, the power level nowhere near her or Thor or Captain Marvel, but she was wrong. She had underestimated the people here, treated it as a fun little game. Damn. I need to work harder to get back to Scarlet Witch level, she thinks to herself, determined. That was like the finishing move in a video game. He beat the shock absorption right out of him. I've never seen that kind of brute strength. Kirishima says, stupefied. Imagine having power like that. He must have been punching that monster so fast, he couldn't regenerate. Bakugo observes, impressed by his childhood hero and the one he has to beat to become number one. He really is the best. That man will never be number one as long as All Might is around. Todoroki thinks to himself with an odd mix of pride for All Might and petty glee about the fact that his father is stuck as number two. That's how you get to be a pro. Bakugo thinks in awe. He did it. Her twin thinks in shock. I really have gotten weaker. Back in my heyday, 5 hits would have been enough to knock that guy out. All Might says as the smoke around him clears and he stands up straight. But today it took more than 300 mighty blows. Time's up. Gotta end this fast. All Might thinks as he starts to smoke, a sign that he has used up his hero energy. Akari narrows her eyes, focusing on All Might. She tries to locate one for all in him. What she finds is flickering embers of what was once a bright burning inferno. I wonder, she mutters to herself, before she creates an energy ball and sends it straight to All Might's chest and into the remains of 1-4. Shocking everyone around her. Riri, her twin yelps, not knowing what his twin is doing. What the hell, witch? Bakugo shouts, shocked. Red Queen, have you joined the dark side? Kirishima says, sounding unsure and looking at her as if she would start hacking up younglings. All Might was speechless. The time limit seemed to have been pushed back. The little embers of 1-for-all still left in him seemed to have grown stronger by the energy his little moon had given him. I thank you, little moon, for replenishing my energy. It is just what I needed after that long fight. All Might says, giving her a thumbs up before turning to the remaining villains. You've been bested, villains. Surrender. We all want to get this over with quickly. No, he beat me. He's not any weaker at all, and look what he did to my Nomu. He created, and the mean pretty girl is a cheat code. Hanzi says to himself. Oh, come on, what's going on here? He's just as strong as he's always been. Damn it, don't tell me I was lied to. He starts scratching his throat desperately. What's wrong? All Might asks mockingly, taking a step in the villain's direction. Not attacking me. Didn't you say you were going to clear this level earlier? Well, come and get me, if you dare. He challenges Hanzi, trying to keep his focus on him and not on his students. Man, this is intense. Bakugo states, as I expected. There's no reason for us to fight now. He'll handle this. Todoroki tells them. Come on, Midoriyas. We should regroup with the others, guys. The last thing we wanna do is get taken hostage or get in his way. Kirishima says. Can he beat them with the energy you gave him? Her twin asks her telepathically. Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. I gave enough for him to finish them. She sends back, patting his arm reassuringly before letting it slide down and taking a hold of his hand. What if he gets hurt? Izuku asks her, trough the bond, sounding like a small child. Then I will heal him and or avenge him, sweet Ototo. She reassures him, patting him on his head with the hand not holding his. While the twins were having a mental conversation, Kurogiri tries to calm and reassure an erratic Tamura Shigaraki, reminding him that the Nomu's attack were successful, and that the two of them could take All Might if they worked together. He also observed that their underlings were waking up. Yeah, you're right. This is it. We have no choice. We have to do it now. I mean, the big end boss is right here. Shigaraki says, finally being convinced that he hasn't lost yet. I think All Might can hold his own against those two main guys. Let's make. Honestly boys, you talk too much. Akari interrupts Kirishima and waves a scarlet mist-covered hand in the air, making the thugs fall asleep. They're done, she says, turning to the boys and flipping her hair. Whoa, is there anything you can't do? Kirishima asked in awe. I can't whistle, She tells him and tries to whistle, but only softly blows out air. While Akari took care of the thugs closest to them, Hanzi and Purple Black rushed to attack All Might. In his panic, Izuku moved before he could think and jumps to intercept the villains from reaching All Might, breaking his legs in the process of using One for All. Izuku activates One for All to use a smash on the Warper's weak point, but Kurogiri notices him coming and opens a warp gate to intercept him, and Hanzi sends his hand trough. Wanda's twin in danger. Senses starts tingling. Looking over, she sees her twin jumping head first into Hanzi's hand of doom. No. She lifts her hands, grabbing her twin mid-air with one hand and breaking Hanzi's finger one by one with the other hand. If you try touching my brother again, you will lose the hand that touches him, she growls, her eyes a glowing and angry red and scarlet energy moving around her body, ready to tear Shigaraki apart at the command of its mistress. Before she can do more damage, Hanzi gets shot in the hand, shocking Akari enough to let go of his broken and wounded hand. Pulling her brother out of the line of fire and looking over to the platform, she sees that the rest of the UA faculty heroes have arrived with Iida. Sorry, everyone, I know we're a bit late, but I got the teachers over here as fast as I could. Principal Nezu tells the students as the heroes starts taking down the thugs. Our priority is to protect our students. Yes, sir, the heroes reply and spread out to take down the thugs. Akari pulls her brother into her arms and lowers them both to the ground, checking him over with her powers while fanatically asking him, "Are you alright? He didn't touch you, did he? You're okay? You're okay? Oh God? I'm okay, Riri. You got me in time. I'm fine, nothing happened." Izuku reassures his fanatic twin, pulling her close and touching their foreheads together. "I am okay," he whispers to her, looking into her glowing red eyes and sending reassuring feeling through their bond, trying to pull her out of her panic. If anything happened to you, she sends through their bond. She knows what she will become if anything happens to him. She knows it. Sometimes she thinks it would be easier if she just locked him up somewhere safe. But her twin, her light, her hope, her joy, is so good. He could never not help anyone in need, and his dream is to be a hero. And Wanda could never be the one to destroy his dream. She could never do that to him. She never wants him to lose his light. I need to become as strong as I was in my previous life, she thinks to herself. It's the only way I won't lose him. While Akari panics over her brother, Hanzi declares that it's game over for real. Him and Kurogiri abandon the thugs and try to warp away, only for Hanzi to get shot several more times and for 13 to slow down the warper with her black hole. All Might rushes to apprehend the villains, but ends up having to dodge the dozen warp gates that Kurogiri opens in his path to the villains. Kurogiri finally manages to warp him and Shigaraki away. The villains might have gotten away, but it wasn't over yet. The heroes had to apprehend the low-level thugs and get their injured treated. The young hero hopefuls had gotten just a taste of the life they had chosen in naive hope for fame and glory. But now they know what the reality of the life they chose was really about, and they refuse to look back. They will be what stands between evil and its quest for the world. They're the heroes of tomorrow. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.